Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start the meeting. I want to welcome all of y'all here this evening. If you'll please turn off your phones, silence them, or electronic devices, that would be great. And then what we'll do today is we'll go on to item number 2. The invocation is by Bill Wilder, our new FISD head coach. Welcome. Head football. Please stand.
You please stand and bow your heads. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity to be here, Lord. We thank you for the people that have come with a heart of service to serve this community, Lord. And we pray, God, I pray that you would give everybody here the voice to speak with clarity and wisdom. Father God, we pray that people would be respectful and peaceful in all things, Lord, that you would give them the courage and the drive and motivation and energy to lead, and at the same time, the humility to serve, and the humility to listen, and to be open-minded to whatever concerns we have that would best benefit this community, Lord. We thank you so much for the grace, and we thank you, Lord, that I'm in a place right now where I can say this prayer, Father God, and I truly, truly give you praise for that. And thank you again for this community and all these people here for the service that they are doing for us, and ask you to bless this time for them. In Christ Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Emily Kirchner will lead us in the pledge. Emily, you come up front or wherever you want to get us going.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Kent, we don't have any employee recognitions this evening? Oh, good. Okay.
Mayor and Council, it gives me pleasure tonight to share with you a couple of employee recognitions we've received over the last couple of weeks. And first off, an individual we really haven't recognized before, but has done an outstanding job for the city for many years is Mickey Mollering with Animal Control. This is a note from Andrea Smith, from Parks Director. And she wanted you to know that what a big help Mickey has been with Animal Control at the Lady Bird Johnson Park. She indicated we've had a goose that has had some fishing line tangled in it recently. The park office has received several calls trying to get help. Mickey went to the park many times trying to catch the goose, but it was able to escape. Unfortunately, this past week, it succumbed to injuries. The body was caught in a bad spot where it was visible to the public, but difficult to let go. After several visits, he was able to get the goose before the public or any kids saw it. He found that a lure caught the goose, and this is not the first time Mickey has helped with problems like this at the park, as we have issues with animals regularly and wanted to pass that along. So Mickey Mollering helping with our Parks Department with animal control. And then we had a comment from Randy Briley this weekend. What a pleasure it is working with Karen Hildy with our Development Services Department. Hopefully all of you have had a chance to meet Karen. Done a great job with us filling a real key position in Development Services. And Randy said he had a pleasure of working with Karen on an upcoming inspection. Karen was professional, responsive, and quickly followed up regarding the inspection request. He says, I've had others in your organization mention her can-do attitude, as well as the SDR Alliance would like to acknowledge and thank her for their efforts. So this is Karen Elgie, and if you haven't met her before, I encourage you to drop by and meet her. She's a great addition to our city staff. So that's all for this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Before we move on to item 5, public comments, I just want to share with you, number 9A has been removed from our agenda this evening, which is to consider an update from Fort Morton Scott, the former Texas Rangers Heritage Center Museum. So that has been removed from our minutes or from our agenda. This evening, we're going to have, if I counted correctly, 28 people speaking to the agenda item. And before we go to that, I would like to move agenda item number 6 first, before we go to public comment, the consent agenda. The following items may be acted upon in a single motion. No separate discussion or action or any of these items will be held unless pulled at the request of a member of the city council. A, consider an approval of the council city minutes, January 12, 2022 special meeting. I, February 21, 2022 regular meeting. 6B, consider the approval of the street closures for the 175th parade on Saturday, May 7th, 2022 at 10 a.m. on Main Street. I, 4th of July parade on Monday on July 4th, 2022 at 10 a.m. on Main Street, and consider approval of the 2022 liability insurance. 3, Gillespie County Fair Parade on Friday, August 26, 2022 at 10 a.m. on Main Street. And I-4, Light and Night Christmas Parade on Friday, December 2nd, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. on Main Street with an inclement weather day on Friday, December 9th, 2022. Is there any reason council would like to pull one of these items? If not, I'll enter. Oh, I'm sorry, C and D, I missed those. Thank you. C, consider approval of the removal of the requirement of special events to submit a written health and safety plan through the special events coordinator process effective immediately. And D, consider the approval of the settlement of the TIVA subdivision release form to resolve opiate-related claims against the TIVA Pharmaceuticals. Okay, now, is there any one of these items that would like to be pulled by a council member?
Mayor, I have a comment I'd like to
Sure.
make on. So under the Open Meetings Act, you have to give the public a right to comment either before or during consideration of an item. So is anybody that wants to speak on those particular items, now would be the time to give them their public comment before the council takes action.
Okay. There being any comment from public on these? If by your silence, I think there is none. So if none to be pulled, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Jennifer, did you want to explain that?
Did you need to pull that one, Jerry?
Okay, I'll pull that one. See what it was? Yeah. C.
6C,
All right,
okay.
I move that we approve A, B, and D on the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Tom and a second by Bobby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries, okay. C,
Okay, I was gonna ask Jennifer to kind of explain why we're doing this and so the public knows.
Absolutely. Jennifer Krupa, Special Events Coordinator. So if y'all remember during the COVID mitigation practices the city enacted back in 2020 and 2021, one of those requirements was for all special events to submit a written health and safety plan. In the beginning, those were coming to you, City Council, to approve. And back in 2021, we decided to allow our internal Special Events Committee to review those plans and ultimately approve them. With the recent ending of the emergency declaration, we've decided it's time to remove that requirement from the special event process. That doesn't preclude any event organizer from doing their own voluntary health and safety plan, but it just won't be coming through the formal process and being approved through the special events committee.
happy? Okay. With that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve, item 6C, for the, written, health and safety plan, as Jennifer has presented it.
Second.
Have a motion by Jerry and a second by Tom. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, there is none, motion carries. Okay, we're gonna move now to written comments. I'm sorry, to public comments. But to start off, I want to say there were 8 individuals who did written comments. I'm not gonna read them. I'm gonna say who they were from. Karen Pong, Karen Vanek, Mary Gallagher, Tim Henderson, Janelle Itz, Clayton Itz, David Turpin, and Robert Deming had given us our written comments prior to the meeting. Okay, before we go to public, yes, I got that right here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're gonna move up 2 other items that will hopefully not take a long time. We're gonna move 8C and 8D. So 8C is consider the approval of ordinance 2022 15, amending the Article 24.000 for the recreational fees of Appendix A, fee simple of the Code of Ordinance to establish the pricing for occupancy of campsites at Lady Bird Johnson Park during the 2024 Eclipse event, and requiring a 4-day night minimum occupancy of said campsites during the 2024 Eclipse event, and providing for an effective date. City Council may waive the second reading. Okay, public comment. Anybody like to speak to that? By your silence, I think there is none, so.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. Jennifer Krupa, Special Events Coordinator. Fredericksburg, Texas is within the path of totality for the 2024 solar eclipse, just over 2 years away. One of the first assignments I had when I was hired here in 2018 was to sit in on a conference call with Carbondale, Illinois, about their experience during the Great American Eclipse that took place in August of 2017. One of the takeaways from that call was that you can never begin to plan too early for this type of an event. The 2017 total solar eclipse was the first to touch the lower 48 since 1979 and the first to span the U.S. from coast to coast since 1918. And now we have the second total solar eclipse coming less than 7 years later. As you can imagine, the eclipse chasers of the world are already attempting to determine the perfect location to view this eclipse, and South Texas seems to be one of the best and popular locations outside of Mexico due to our historically low chance of cloud cover on April 8th compared to other locations to the north and east of Texas. Kent has mentioned the eclipse in his city manager reports, as well as talked about the Gillespie County Task Force led by Justin Calhoun to help prepare the community for the impacts of this event. The Parks Department has also been in discussions with a well-known leader in space exploration, and they have indicated their intention to be in Fredericksburg and broadcast the eclipse live worldwide. The Parks Department is also preparing to host a completely sold-out RV park, primitive tent camping area, and be the host of a public viewing area for the eclipse at Lady Bird Johnson Municipal Park. Due to the anticipated attendance for the eclipse, the Parks Department has developed a living document to be used in the planning for the event. The planning document will help the department work through coordination, schedule staff, budget, order equipment and supplies, and set fees and regulations for the eclipse. While most of the planning document is administrative, we are asking City Council to review and approve regulations and fees for the RV park, primitive tent camping area, and parking of vehicles for the dates of April 5th, 2024 through April 8th of 2024 with an effective date of April 8th, 2022. At this time, I'd like to walk you through the process we use, the justifications, and the proposed rates and regulations we would like for you to consider. For the RV park, rates were determined using our current 2022 rates and then adding an additional fee to cover the costs we plan to incur during the event in the RV park and tent camping area. Additional costs we plan to incur for the event include rental of portable restrooms, hand wash stations, a shower trailer, signage and traffic control equipment, portable light towers, overtime for staff, toiletry supplies, security costs, and the increased utility fees in the RV park, our sewer, water, and electricity. These additional costs will be requested through the city's normal budgeting process in fiscal 23 and fiscal 24, as we may need to contract and pay deposits for certain items during the fiscal 23 budget to ensure they are available. Please keep in mind that we are competing with resources from entities all over the state for this event. Therefore, the City of Fredericksburg Parks Department would like to be prepared at least 2 years in advance. The rates and regulations we are requesting for you to consider tonight are, again, an April 5th, 2024 through Monday, April 8th, 2024, a minimum 4-night stay in the RV park at $125 a night. That would come to $500 per RV site. This includes space for one RV and one vehicle and all utilities. We are also asking for $100 per primitive tent camping site with a 4-night minimum that comes to $25 a night. This includes space for one vehicle and a designated parking area inside the park. We are also asking for a $100 per additional vehicle fee to park in a designated overflow parking area. The regulations we're wanting to let you know about tonight, they're not included in the ordinance, but we want to make sure you're aware that we would not give any refunds for any reason for the eclipse dates. The RV reservations, if they wanted to make a reservation with us, would be transferable 30 days prior to the event. So as long as they called us by March 5th, 2024, we would then transfer those 4 days to a date in the future, all the way up until March of 2025. Our tent camping reservations are transferable person to person through March 5th, 2024, again, approximately 30 days before the event. We will not offer to transfer funds to another date for tent camping because we do not currently take advance reservations for tent camping in the park. For our additional vehicle fee, we set the rate at the same price as primitive tent camping to discourage anyone bringing extra vehicles, as we do not have large concrete parking areas located near the tent camping area at the park. We would also like to keep a large portion of the park open and available as a public viewing area. As of right now, we are the only park in our area that we know is going to set themselves up as a public viewing area at this point in time per Gillespie County Task Force. The 4-day minimum will assist with the potential bottleneck for having all RVs and tent campers arrive on the same day. Plus, we are anticipating guests wanting to come to beautiful Fredericksburg the weekend before and stay an extra day to experience the eclipse. While all guests can arrive on Friday, April 5th, they will not be required to and can arrive on any day during the 4-day period. Our reservation software services will be able to keep track of what day each guest plans to arrive so that we can adjust staffing levels to accommodate for the number of guests arriving each day. We are including the day of the eclipse as part of the minimum night stay, as we anticipate traffic to be gridlocked after the eclipse, taking place late Monday afternoon. Carbondale mentioned that a normal 5-hour drive to Chicago turned into 16 hours after the 2017 eclipse. The more incentives we have to ask the RV and tent campers to stay, the less traffic will be released on the roadways. If you would like to take action on our proposal tonight, you would need to waive the second reading of the ordinance in your motion. At this time, I'll open up for questions, and I may ask if our Parks Director wanted to add anything, Andrea Schmidt, to my presentation.
The only thing I wanted to add is that we're probably one of the first organizations to be setting a rate. So we may end up being a little bit on the low side, but our goal in setting this rate was just to cover our costs. So we'll do the best we can to answer any questions.
Questions, Council?
Andrew, you might want to cover why we're doing this now instead of a year from now, based upon the phone calls you're getting and so forth.
Sure. The park headquarters has been getting regular phone calls about when we're going to start taking reservations. And our initial goal has always been 2 years out, which would be April 8th, 2022. The sooner we can get this booked, and the sooner we have this done, and we can move on to other things.
Thank you.
Andrea, what's our normal, the normal RV rate per night?
I'm going to have to ask Caitlin to answer that.
I've got it right here.
Here, I got it. $52 or $48 a night.
And we did take into effect that in 2 years, our RV rates are probably going to increase at least by 20% with the new restroom and our new RV park gate that's part of our capital improvement program.
Kathy, any questions?
So in the cost that you considered, did you include any damage that might occur to the grassy areas from cars? Or
We've talked about that internally, and our plan would be if we did have a rainstorm or something in advance, we would be purchasing signage and not allow people to park on the grass. We would never be able to recover the cost in the park area. RV park is a little bit different. There are some areas that obviously are asphalt or concrete, so we're comfortable with that, and that's why we are kind of limiting the amount of reservations we're going to take in that primitive tent camping, because if they do bring that extra vehicle, we want to make sure we do have a concrete or asphalt area for them to park in. So the public viewing area, and again, if it's raining on the day of the eclipse, no one's going to want to come here anyway. They're going to find another location, is what we've been told. So our plan would be to not allow anyone parking on the grass inside the park, unfortunately, if that happens.
Great.
Bobby?
No questions.
Jerry?
No questions.
Okay, I don't have any other. With that being, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to present, I'll move to approve as presented and waive the second reading.
Second.
Have a motion by Bobby and a second by Jerry. Any further discussion? There is none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on now to 8D. Consider the approval of Resolution 2022-05, R, designating property located at 208 Woodcrest in the city of Fredericksburg as a local historical landmark. Anna?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Anna Hudson, Historic Preservation Officer. I'm pleased to present you tonight a new landmark designation. This would be our first mid-century modern landmark designation. The Historic Review Board voted unanimously on this at their last meeting. And a little bit about the property itself, or a little bit of background. Since 2018, the Historic Resource Survey and subsequent expansion of the historic district, staff and the Historic Review Board have begun identifying mid-century properties, both inside and outside of the district. Jack Staling is probably the most successful architect from Fredericksburg working during this time frame. Mid-century architecture is experiencing a renewal in popularity across the country, as evidenced by this full room. You can see there's a lot of interest in mid-century architecture. And by identifying and protecting these best examples of the time period and style, the city can ensure that future generations will be able to enjoy the distinctive architectural features and forms for years to come. This custom-built house of Norbert and Aileen Fritz at 208 Woodcrest is one of the best examples of mid-century architecture in Fredericksburg, and is one of the few residences in the city limits designed by the well-known architect John Arthur Jack Staling. Landmark designation by the city protects structures from demolition and requires approval by the Historic Review Board for major exterior changes and additions. And it is my recommendation and the recommendation of the Historic Review Board for landmark designation.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Anybody in the public like to make a comment on this? There being none, okay. Council, I'll start with Jerry.
And, the property is being sold
It's currently under
And-
contract to be.
and the buyer understands what's going on.
Yes, my understanding is he is aware and excited about it from what I've heard from the sellers.
Bobby?
No questions.
Tom?
And the seller is approving the landmark designation.
Yes, this will be the first time that the property is leaving the hands of the Fritzes. So Jason and Jan Fritz are the current owners, and they inherited from his father and mother.
So this is a voluntary landmark.
Staff designated or initiated it. Staff and the HRBA initiated, but the owners are in agreement. They're not protesting it.
Kathy?
Great, no questions.
Okay. Yeah, there's I. Thank you, Anna. With no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the, landmark designation, historic landmark designation to 208 Woodcrest.
Second?
I have a motion by Jerry and a second by Kathy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, now we're gonna move, now we'll move to the, public hearings. A,
Oh, public comment. I think you gotta do public comment.
On agenda item
Now you gotta do public comment.
number 5.
public comments. The city council welcomes city participation, all comments, at all city council regular meetings. You'll have a 3-minute, time and a 1-minute, warning sound. Okay. If, when you come up, you'll have an opportunity to speak, and I'll call your name out. And if you all come up and speak to these items, which I think most of you all have signed up for 7A. Okay? If I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance. If you come up and introduce yourself and just let us know if you're a city resident or not.
Mayor, you might want to clarify the STR comment should be made during the public hearing rather
Thank
than
you.
this period of the agenda.
Okay? So if you want to speak to 7C, which is I mean 7A, I apologize, 7A. If all of you folks want to, if you signed up for the public hearing, you'll have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing. So your options are, you can still speak to 7A, but if you want to speak in public hearings, then that would be the more appropriate place to do that. So if I call out your name and you say, I want to be in public hearing, just please say so. Okay? Does that make sense? Am I getting that right, Daniel?
7A is a public hearing.
Right.
So all these people want to speak during the public hearing. Is there anybody on?
That is the way I'm taking it, yes.
Anybody on here have a different agenda
No.
item?
No.
Okay.
Here, I think there were separate sign-up sheets, one for the public hearing and then one for items on the agenda and then one for items off of the agenda.
Yeah, and that, we take those after, at the back of the agenda. Okay?
Right.
Okay. So,
Public hearing.
and so that's why I went to public hearing, because I have everything right. Okay, that's fine, no problem. Okay, folks, with that little bit of confusion being cleared up, please just ignore everything I said. 7A. Public hearings. Consider holding a public hearing to receive comments for or against the amendments to the city's zoning code regarding short-term rentals, development standards, parking requirements, land use charts, definitions, impervious cover, and other regulations, Z2120. I'll entertain a motion to go out of regular into public hearing.
Mayor, I move that we go out of regular session into public hearing.
There a motion by Jerry,
Second.
second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion, no, opposed, there isn't.
Did you say motion by?
Hi, Tom.
Oh, hi, Jerry.
Got it, okay.
Excuse me, Mayor. I've noticed a couple of folks in the back are saying they're having trouble hearing, so maybe if we could adjust the mic volume or make sure we're talking into our speakers so everybody can hear. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you all hear now better? Okay, good. And if we can't hear, holler. Okay, the first speaker this evening will be, page 1. Bruce Nichols, again, if you'll come up, introduce yourself, let us know of your city residents, and then David Agerton, you're on deck.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Nichols. My wife and I live at 409 Spruce Street here in Fredericksburg. I'm speaking in favor of the new SDR ordinance, and I want to make 2 points. Both are a call to action for the city. The first point is the city should fund and implement comprehensive enforcement of the STR ordinance. A case in point is 211 East Orchard, which has an STR that adjoins my backyard. This STR does not have a current permit for Jason Lutz. Saturday, March the 5th, this Saturday, there was a boisterous bachelorette party in the backyard that was very disruptive. I called the city code enforcement to investigate. The city must proact on code enforcement rather than waiting for calls. A good way to do this, a positive step, is to send out permit renewals so that the owner, it removes all doubt that they need to renew their permit. And then the enforcement step could be to fine very heavily, and I suggest a minimum of $1,000 a day as long as we have all the paperwork right. The second point I want to make is in its current draft, the STR ordinance would stop the entire home absentee owner short-term rentals from overtaking our neighborhoods. This is a good thing. However, this will not stop investors from maximizing income from existing properties. It'll just increase it. Without additional regulation, these grandfathered properties will expand, and the investors will continue to rip the souls out of our neighborhoods. A case in point, I met a lady this weekend who bought, developed, and sold 219 West Creek Street some years ago. She and her husband bought this house so the kids could move from Junction to Fredericksburg schools. They then sold the house to an Austin investor when the kids went to college. So they took rather than gave and then left the community. Our excellent high-quality school system exists because of long-term family commitment to it and not from out of town due to out-of-town investors. Let's look at 219 West Creek a minute. It's a small house up front and a huge 2-story commercial hotel in the back that's hooked onto the house. The marketing ad reads, quote, "The working house / bed and breakfast, plural, / guest houses, plural, / inn." So there's something for everybody. This home, which is a hotel, has space for 20 people in the ad and 6 large bed and bunk rooms. It's an easy 2-block walk to Main Street, oh, by the way. The former owner was back in town this weekend with her. She wanted to show her son the house with his friends, and she proudly observed that cars were lined up all down the front, around the corner, and in two streets. It was disgusting. So I ask, where will this stop? This pending ordinance will cap new STR purchases. That's a good thing. But the city must staff up to regulate the expansions of existing grandfathered STRs, such as 219 West Creek and others. We must anticipate the STR owner pressure to maximize revenue. I don't see a management plan in the new ordinance. If one exists, please enlighten us. We need to use increased revenues from permits and hot tax to hire staff. The R1 residents and the legitimate STR owners who try to do the right thing deserve this. Let's quit making the same mistakes over and over again.
Thank you. I need to apologize. There is no 3-minute time limit. So sorry about the little sound you were hearing. So please. David, you're up. And then we have Milton Buckley. You're on deck.
I'm Dave Agerton. Mallory and I live in Houston. We've owned an STR here for 5 years. We'd like to retire to Fredericksburg. I read your latest community visioning report. I see good ideas, but nothing about STRs. After you update regulations, please move on to consider other ways to address issues and unite the community without trying to drive the market. It was smart to hire staff with affordable housing experience. Other ways to improve the community could include better roads from nearby towns and expanded recreation facilities and programs. Our plumber lives in Comfort, our first housekeeper in Kerrville. For a long time, these cities have been way more affordable than Fredericksburg. So I ask, how can Fredericksburg collaborate with those cities and other government entities to improve road safety and travel? And by the way, my neighbor in Fredericksburg totaled his car on the road from Kerrville to here. And we avoid some highways at night, particularly at night. My hometown is West University Place, about 5,000 homes and very few businesses in the tax base. The sense of community has been greatly enhanced by investments in recreation facilities and senior service programs. The parks are packed with families. The city partners with sports organizations and 501c3 organizations. The city funded facilities with bonds. My neighbor voted against the $25 million bond. Now she tells me, I'm not sure why I voted no, because my friends and I use these facilities almost every day. Westview has an extensive program of activities and clubs for seniors. Senior Services serves residents. Every weekday, I watch a city vehicle pull up across the street to take my disabled neighbor to yoga. Weekly YMCA is nearby our community. They offer affordable after-school childcare, exercise programs, volunteer coach teams, and an array of activities for children and seniors. They partner with Dolly Parton's Imagination Library to support early childhood literacy for children at risk. Moving ahead, I hope that you will consider ways to improve the community besides onerous regulations. Thank you.
Milton and Randy Ridley. I know I never. Riley. I'll get it one of these years, Randy. Thank you. You're on deck.
Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. In 2018, there were two actions that the city of Fredericksburg took. The first one was commissioning a group of citizens to study and author a visioning document that was meant to provide direction for the city over the next several years. These recommendations would, among other things, help effectively manage the growth of this city, which included STRs. Additionally, in 2018, the council passed ordinances to manage noise, parking, garbage, and STR permitting. The visioning document was apparently put on a shelf and not considered, and the ordinances, as you've heard on numerous occasions, have not been enforced, which is why we are meeting in this room tonight, a divided community over this issue. Look, I think it's understandable that people are frustrated by a few bad actors in the community, and they want it fixed. They wanted the city to act on the visioning report, and they wanted the city to enforce the ordinances that were passed in 2018. Well, it didn't happen. And so now they're asking you to take radical action to even ban STRs. And unfortunately, council, what they are asking and what the city staff has written in this proposed ordinance is unconstitutional. They are asking you to pass legislation that courts have already deemed constitutional. So there are many in this room who have asked you to pass these ordinances, and they seem logical and they seem, rational. That any manner banning STRs, they just don't understand that that's unconstitutional. But you should know this. You're the voters on this. You should know this. So we're concerned about the lack of legal review of this proposed ordinance, especially by outside legal counsel who are experts in this area. On the other hand, the Alliance, the STR Alliance, has several attorneys, legal experts, and management experts of cities fully review version 5 for legal viability. We spent a lot of time and a lot of money on this. And it's on that basis that I'm standing here tonight advising you not to pass this proposed ordinance. As a foundational ruling in 2018, the Supreme Court of Texas determined in a case called Tarr versus Timberwood that an STR is a residence. It's not a business. It's not commercial. Now, some people may not like that, but it's what the highest court in this state determined. If we don't like that, then we go to legislature and we get them to change that. But today, an STR is deemed a residence. Therefore, any item that's proposed in this ordinance that treats an STR as a business, included, but not limited to, any inequitable tax valuations, rendition taxes, ADA or fire code requirements, the limitations of any people in a private home that are gathered peacefully, our restrictions on when people can use their hot tubs or their pools, any provision that disallows the property to be utilized as a resident purpose is unconstitutional. You should know that. Several months ago, I stood in front of this council and I proposed solutions that the Alliance created that would address the issues that most of the people have with STRs. Yet those proposals were put on a shelf right next to the visioning document. Look, I get the fact that there are a small number of STRs that create problems, and that should be dealt with. I once had a neighbor that had yakking dogs, a loud stereo, and a table saw that he would turn on at all hours of the night. Okay? Did I have a right to tell that neighbor that he could not live in that house? Of course not. Do I have an adult responsibility to walk next door and have a conversation about courtesy? Do I have the right to contact the city to enforce noise ordinances? Yes, I do, and I can do that. So I'm challenging, I'm asking you to think about these things. I'm coming back to you and asking you two questions, council. Do you want to go on record as a council member who voted in favor of a proposed ordinance that's unconstitutional? And the second question I have to ask you is, are you willing to put this city at risk of years of litigation at a very substantial cost, which will be paid for by all of you, taxpayers? Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Randy, and then Leslie Spraggans, you're on deck.
Good evening. Randy Briley, Fredericksburg. And yes, Charlie, you got it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Staff, and Clinton, Jason, Daniel. I just want to call you out each time I speak. You guys have been available, accessible, and I appreciate all the time, effort, and energy everyone in this room has put on this subject. In 2018, my neighbor approached me, a gentleman named John Weisinger, very wise gentleman, and he asked me to be on a visioning committee, and I wasn't sure what that was. I had no idea. And it was quality of life, family friendly, and safe atmosphere was the workout session. Myself and a number of people in the room actually were on that with me. Miss Jill Carr, Tamisha Jumper, Barry Gallagher, who's at home ill at the moment, but I hope she recovers and is doing well. Janie Weisinger is in the back of the room tonight. And it was a 7-month effort. And I will tell you, and Janie will also probably tell you, we didn't always agree at the table. We didn't always shake hands, but we always worked for 7 months very, very diligently. And we always compromised and found even ground. And I continue to try to do that with the conversation tonight. And I'm confident we can get there. Our mission statement back then was pretty simple: maintain Fredericksburg as the crown jewel of Texas Hill Country and maintain it as a destination choice for the most desirable place to live and raise a family. I still stand by those words today. Those are the right words, I believe. We advanced some pretty radical ideas, including enforcement of traffic laws, noise, light ordinances, all the very similar things we're talking about today. We also talked about the management and oversight of STRs. At the time, they were called B&Bs, and balancing that with our needs of our neighbors and neighborhoods. Same conversation we're having today. We also talked about promoting Gillespie County and Fredericksburg as a historical, cultural, and family destination. We have emphasized family because we live here. We all live here. Tonight, many of our trusted and valuable residents and my neighbors will walk up to this podium and they'll talk about traffic and parking violations. And I recalled the 2018 recommendations that we wrote together. And we said, ensure safety first, maintain a good quality of life for Fredericksburg and our tourists. When I hear our residents coming up to the microphone tonight, they will talk about STR, guest behavior, trash issues, and I'm reminded that we wrote, establish reliable governance so that STRs are properly managed and provide a balance between our residents and our guests. Words that still ring true today. When I hear city residents talk about drunken behavior, whether it's on Market Plots, Main Street, hotels, or STRs, I'm reminded of the conversation we had about cautioning that Fredericksburg not become a destination of excess. When I hear our county neighbors talk about affordable housing, something that is near and dear and a Christian thing to do, I'm also reminded that desirable homes in the $200,000 range did not exist in Gillespie County, nor in Fredericksburg, Texas, and they don't today still. As we move forward into 2021, Lady Bird Johnson sessions took place where Jason introduced the concept of what we're working on. We banded together to try to provide thought leadership and some advice and counsel back to the council to drive meaningful legislation. Our goals were very simple: to be good neighbors and raise the bar in the STR community. Since then, we've now dedicated close to $3,000 of volunteer time. We've put in input to all versions of the code, opened 2-door sessions on educating owners and residents. We privately funded the Good Hospitality and Policy Summit that we executed in February. We've created best practices guide for all STR owners today and potential future STR owners. And we've worked to professionalize the STR community. So why the history lesson? So after 18 months of working on visioning and the Fredericksburg STR Alliance, I'm reminded that my goals have always been to provide constructive input to help guide the city to build a strategy towards the path towards the future. I don't think that's changed in the past 5 years. My belief is that poor civil execution of the 2018 ordinance should not involve the loss of anyone's individual property rights. Proper enforcement of the 2018 code addresses the vast majority of the complaints I believe that you will hear at this podium tonight. Once this ordinance is in place, I will wager that no elected official will want to touch it again in the near future. This ordinance has a lot of good work in here and a lot of things I think that hold promise, but at this point in time, I believe version 5 is not ready to be voted upon nor to be passed. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Randy. Leslie, and then Tara Hutchinson, you're on deck.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Spraggans, and I'm a resident of Fredericksburg. First of all, let me say that the Alliance is not in favor of the current V5 ordinance as written. While I can agree with the new parking and occupancy language, the rest leaves me feeling like my rights and the rights of all citizens are about to be violated. In sections 3.100 to 3.120 addresses conditional use permits. We believe that the CUP violates the Texas State Constitution. It's subjective at best and will result in unequal application of the ordinance across the city. This will result in challenges to the city. I would ask council and staff, have you done your due diligence in getting legal advice and counsel from in-house counsel or a special counsel with knowledge of these particular laws? A proper legal review of this document is in order, and if it has not been done, then why? Secondly, I hate to beat a dead horse about the continuance of non-conforming use, but permit conveyance in perpetuity is not properly addressed. This should be spelled out transparently in the document. This would go a long way to ease the minds of current owners who will be gravely affected if they lose their ability to operate. I attended the Planning and Zoning meeting last Wednesday, and I noticed three things. One, that P&Z gave several comments and instructions to tweak or clean up language that was in the V5 ordinance. If their instructions have been followed and language has been cleaned up, then it's a secret to all of us because there's not been a transparent, updated draft available to the citizens and the voters prior to this meeting. It's the responsibility of this council to be transparent in its dealings, and this feels like something that's been worked out behind the scenes rather than part of the public process, since the new draft has not been released to the rest of us. The second thing I noticed was that 3 P&Z members and STR permit holders were made to recuse themselves from the discussion of 5.401, as they might benefit or be harmed by this section of the ordinance. I would ask why the city planner recused himself from a portion of the discussion. Was it because he or someone in his family had applied for an STR permit? Don't get me wrong. If this is the case, I applaud him for that. Any smart owner would do the exact same thing at this point in the game. However, if this is the case, he should also recuse himself from further discussions or drafting of this document. My point in saying this is that all people should be allowed to discuss this. And in having those 3 people recuse themselves, it made the people who knew the most about that to sit down and be quiet. Thirdly, in the fall of 2021, the city indicated that they should read into the minutes to correct any false statements. At the P&Z meeting, the name of the Alliance was brought up to defend certain parts of V5. The Alliance would ask that if our name is invoked and that we reserve the right to confirm or rebut any statement made on our behalf. An example would be that it was not the Alliance's idea to move the trash can number to 1 trash can per 4 occupants. It was always agreed upon that it would be 1 can for 6 occupants and 2 cans over that. Also, the House rules closing the hot tubs and pools at 10 p.m. was not approved or suggested by the Alliance. In fact, I gave an entire speech about it and how I disagreed to it and how the Alliance disagreed to it prior to the city making those comments. The version 5 of the ordinance seems to be an abridgment of our rights and our privacy as homeowners, and we do not support it as written. I ask that the city does its due diligence and votes no to version 5.
Thank you, Leslie. And then we have Carol Henderson on deck.
Hi. Sorry, good evening. I had some stuff that I wrote, but there's been so many good points made. I'm just going to try to go forward and
Would you introduce yourself and let us know your...
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you did. Tara Hutchison?
Well, but we want it right for the record.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
Tara Hutchison, yeah. I live on Burbank.
Thank you.
Sure. Looking back, I think that people have been seduced into believing we have a bigger problem than we really do. We've been seduced into believing that kids no longer play in the streets and that it's somehow a bad thing when in fact they're playing in the park facilities that the city lobbied for and we pay for with our taxes, or they're in the rooms gaming, one or the other. We've been seduced into thinking the STR problems are rampant, the noise, the lights, the trash, the parking, when in fact there are few, if any, complaints logged annually. And then for those troublesome units, and we all know who they are, they've been reined in quite a bit during this whole process, and there's no reason to think they won't continue to be. There will always be issues. There just will be. There's just always going to be issues, but we're going to do our best to try to rein that in and keep it under control per the city ordinances. But perhaps the most egregious of all is that we've been seduced into believing that STRs are responsible for a lack of workforce housing, when in reality it is industry and jobs that are needed to keep our young families here and gainfully employed. STRs are not prohibiting that. So what drove the STR issue to suddenly be the top priority for the city, when by all accounts we've had a respectable balance for decades between owners and full-time residents? Maybe we've been so seduced by the forest we haven't really noticed the trees. Maybe we should flip this around and ask ourselves who stands to gain the most by STRs being curtailed. And then, as my grandfather used to say, follow the money. Since hundreds of cities and towns with tourist-based economies struggle with the same STR challenges of balancing community versus commerce, I'm guessing that if we could crack that nut, there's a substantial amount of money to be made in consulting. And what a cush job that would be, literally paid to go visit gorgeous ski towns, warm sandy beaches, live music capitals, hiking, biking venues, etc. So sign me up if there's a job like that. It's a great job and business opportunity, and it's low-hanging fruit for anyone so inclined. And maybe that's what's behind some of this rush to get everything approved, and maybe not. But I gotta believe somewhere money always comes into play, right? So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. I mean, to be real, there's never going to be a good time for change. There's always going to be somebody that doesn't want it. And I suppose at this stage of the game, we should probably, because we've been talking about this for months, at this stage of the game, we should probably be asking ourselves, is it change we can live with? I do think one thing that's been continuously overlooked is that we tend to look at it as a one-size-fits-all problem. And really, most of the problems have to do with the larger units, the ones that are 4-bedroom plus, that sleep 8 or more people. And I would just like, if you're going to, if the train hasn't left the station and you haven't already decided how you're going to vote, and I would just like you to consider maybe looking at not only the legal aspect that several people have mentioned, but maybe trying to find separate solutions for the 4-bedroom plus from the 3-bedroom and down, or make it 3-bedroom plus, 6 plus people. I don't know, but I just think that a lot of the smaller units, which is the majority of the STRs in this town, are in compliance, don't cause a problem, actually make friends with the people who stay there. The neighbors like to come over and meet them too. And I just think you should be looking at it as 2 separate issues and not one size fits all. And then just make sure that your motivation and your timing is in the right place and for the right reasons, and not being pushed along at an overdue pace by other interests. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Harold, and then we have Jeff Hemphill on deck.
Thank you all for this opportunity, but council and the people here, for my fellow citizens and neighbors. I just want to say, first of all, my name is Carol Hammerson, and I'm a resident of the city. And the first thing I say tonight may offend some of you, but please wait for a moment. It gets more in line with what I think we want to do. On Friday, Vladimir Putin said the following: "There are no bad intentions towards our neighbors. I would also advise them not to escalate the situation, not to introduce any restrictions. We fulfill all our obligations and will continue to fulfill them." On that contentious note, I want to say, in regards to the pending STR ordinance, if you see those people with whom you disagree in the statement I read, wherever you stand on this issue, I urge you respectfully to take a step back and listen to the other side. Over the last decade, our town has experienced an unprecedented increase in the number of STRs established by locals and out-of-town owners. For nearly a year now, there have been spirited public debates by those on opposing sides of the issue. The STR Alliance represents the interest of business owners, as well as local residents who own these businesses. That's who they are. And the Fredericksburg Neighborhood Coalition appears to represent the interests of those in opposition. You've heard industry experts push hard for letting the market determine how many STRs would constitute too many. as well as impassioned pleas from neighborhoods for relief as they struggle with unruly visitors, feeling unsafe in their homes, and loss of their neighborhood. We have heard harsh threats of legal consequences, and we have become increasingly polarized by the rhetoric of all individuals. The city has added a code enforcement officer, and I think we're all in agreement that that's a wonderful thing. You have held an infinite number of meetings, both large ones like this and private ones and with small groups, and you're to be commended for that. And the city staff has tackled tirelessly the Herculean task of balancing the needs of both sides of this issue. Compromise means simply no individual, no group should expect to be completely satisfied with a solution. It's more important that in this situation, Fredericksburg is the winner in this. I urge the council to adopt a compromise solution with the understanding that it's written in electrons. It's not chiseled in stone. No one brought the solution down from the mountain. It isn't perfect. It can be modified. But I also urge you not to delay the adoption of the compromises that are articulated in this draft ordinance. It shouldn't become a stumbling block. We have all dealt with this, and we are all, and you probably more than anybody else in this room, need to get on with your lives. We need to take a step back, and we need to get on with celebrating what we truly should be, the love of our little town. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Jeff? Denise Morris, you're on deck.
Hello, I'm Jeff Hemphill and I'm a resident. So I have a consulting background. I came to Fredericksburg because of the welcoming people like in this room and serving us here today. And the thing that really has bothered me is there wasn't enough facts. I want facts. So I went back and looked at the police report. I looked at the visioning statement. There's been 7 intoxication disturbances this year. From what I hear, it sounds like it's every day. Someone's getting arrested, and we've got a great police force. One of the guys lives across the street. I just think we need to really step back. I walk the town 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening, just to see what's going on. And I do hear loud talking and stuff like that. I actually like hearing people talk and have conversation versus internet and games going on and stuff like that. That makes me really want to be a part of here. On Thursdays, when people start checking in, I go and talk to them and welcome them here, give them ideas, seeing what they're going to do. That's what neighbors do, and that's what I came to be a part of. That's how I was treated when I came here. I have 2 houses here. I've decided, one of them was already an STR. I've decided really what I'm going to do because I like both areas of the town. They're on opposite sides of town. I like both sides. I can't make a decision. So what I'm trying to say here is when we're putting things in, we're really outsourcing it to someone else other than ourselves. Police are there to help when we have issues that we cannot handle. But what I see is we're quickly trying to outsource something. And when it's happening quickly, then I'm trying to look at what's causing that. We've got 3 new hotels being built. That means there has to be a demand. People are investing in this community. We've got part of the one thing on this ordinance is talking about having homestead exemptions. You all don't have to have a homestead exemption to be on the council. So why are you trying to vote for that for me to have one as a short-term rental owner? I'm very concerned about that. You're trying to tell me to do something that you don't have to do. You need to start at the top and work your way down, and then I can trust you more. So I really want y'all to go back and reconsider. I know everybody says it's taken on a long time. I've been here 2 years, but there's not enough facts to follow. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Denise? And then we have Bill Schneider on deck.
Good evening. My name is Denise Morris, and I am a Fredericksburg local. I've grown up here. I graduated from high school here. My maiden name was Schweers. I want to put a different spin on this. I want to put a face on this for all of you. My mom, Brooke Schweers, started a management company, home service and management, in 1987 and worked with Loretta Schmidt at Guest House Schmidt. And we managed the properties, maintenance, cleaning, all of it. It allowed my parents the income to raise me and my sister. And then it also gave me an opportunity throughout high school to work. That was my high school job. That's not fun. That's not fun. No teenager wants to clean toilets and make beds. But I did. I did at properties all throughout the city. It's what I grew up doing. It's what I still do. It has allowed me an income to raise my family. My girls did it in high school, who graduated from high school here and went into the Navy. We're proud local Fredericksburg natives. You need to understand that people depend on the income that these short-term vacation rentals bring to this town. This is what allows them to feed and clothe their children.
Might get a little closer to the mic. For
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
This is what is allowing these young families in this town to continue to provide for their kids, just like it did for my parents and so on. I've been a part of Guest House Schmidt for many years, watched the middle girls grow up. I mean, I'm 50 years old. I'm proud to be here. This is what has allowed me to live here. I did have a little bit of a diversion and spent some time in Port Aransas running properties down there. And I do not want Fredericksburg to be a Port Aransas, ever. And so I do think that there needs to be regulations and we need to enforce the rules. But take a good, long, hard look at what everybody's saying to you, what your draft says, and go from there.
Thank you very much. Bill, and then we have Mike Mahoney on deck.
Thank you. My name is Bill Snyder. I'm a resident. And I don't really have this written down here, but I made my living in the short-term rental business here in Fredericksburg for 8 years. And I have a lot of friends in the short-term rental business. So do I have anything against short-term rentals? On the contrary, I think they're very integral as far as Fredericksburg goes. As everyone probably already knows, the proposed changes to existing rules and regulations to STRs came about as a result of the citizens' input meetings at Lady Bird Park. Who got up and voiced their concerns and frustrations at those meetings? Residents. Who wanted change? Residents. Who started the process that we're looking at now? Residents. The 6-month process of change has not been about new rules and regulations. It's about making changes to the problems that have been plaguing our community for many years. This process of change is about the city of Fredericksburg responding to the residents that voiced their concerns. If our R1 neighborhoods and our residents' quality of life is not improved by these changes within 90 days, the ineffectiveness of these changes will be obvious to the residents. This whole process is about making meaningful change to our residential neighborhoods. Changes are generally made for a reason, usually because there's a problem. Making change means producing a positive results for our residents. Many residents I know, as well as myself, will be watching for those positive results. Maintaining the status quo in Fredericksburg is no longer acceptable to the residents in the community. I think everyone would agree that we have had ordinances, rules, and regulations for many years. They were not enforced. The best rules are not worth the paper they're written on if not enforced. Residents deserve better and residents demand better. Let me close with this. I have talked to STR owners, booking services, and investors about our problems. They have said that they know how to solve the problems. They just need time and a chance to do it. I think they've had years to solve our problems, but took a pass. Now, I think it's the residents' turn to make sure change occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Mike, and then we have Lewis Miller on deck.
Permit Bill here to hold a little visual aid I brought to talk through a provision there in the draft 5.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. When draft 5 came out, it continued the general principle that was in previous drafts that we're finally going to stop the proliferation of STRs in R1 neighborhoods. Yet when draft 5 came out, it included a provision that has been referred to as the stranded property provision, the donut hole provision, the last man standing provision, whereby if a property in R1 is surrounded by STRs, unoccupied STRs, that R1 property, even under the new guidelines, would have the right to apply for a CUP and seek an STR permit. That seemed to make sense. But yet, when the draft came out, it enlarged that. It's one of these situations where the exception has swallowed that rule altogether. In addition to that, it said only two sides of a property need to be touching an unoccupied STR. That's not surrounding. And it also added a provision that said if 50% of your side of the street is STR unoccupied, you have the right, each of those other residents, the entire block, has the right to apply for a CUP to become an STR. I want to just walk through, if you will. It won't take but a second to show you. I think the council needs to see this as well. Hopefully that'll, wonderful. Thank you. In this case, we have 3 STRs on this entire block. So there's six homes on each street.
Bill.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, turn a little bit.
This is
there you go.
There you go.
That work?
Yeah, you got 2 screens there somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So if you will, so we have unoccupied, unoccupied. So 2 on this street, 1 over here. 3 out of 12 houses in that neighborhood. Pardon the crudeness here, but these are the streets. These are your property lines, back lines, side lines. So this neighbor, under the regulations that are proposed, would be surrounded on 2 sides. This entire end of his block has no STRs. Yet this guideline says, oh, he's entitled to apply for a CUP. And if he does that and gets his STR, he becomes an STR. The next thing that happens is these 3 residents wake up and go, oh, 50% on my side of the street is STR unoccupied. I've got the right to be an STR unoccupied. So that entire side of the street flips, becomes STR, STR, STR. The other side of the block, which only had 1 STR on it, now has 2 spots here where there are STRs on 2 sides. Not next door to them, but on 2 sides. But under the guidelines and under these new rules that are proposed, they become STRs if they apply for the CUP, and it's granted, and so does this one. Now, we're back in the same position. Here we are, we got 3 unoccupied STRs, 50% of the block, and every other house on this block has the opportunity to apply for a CUP and be an STR. How does that make sense as a stranded property? We started with 3 STRs in a block of 12 lots, and you end up with 12 STRs. So you just keep kicking the nuisance down the road and moving it. That doesn't solve the nuisance. What I would request the council consider is amending this to say, yes, a stranded plot makes sense, but only if both side lots of that home are unoccupied STRs. And delete the 50% altogether. All that is an exception that allows further proliferation of STRs in our R1 neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This, and then we have Matt Durrett on deck.
Hi, my name is Louis Miller, and I'm a Fredericksburg resident. I didn't come before you tonight to discuss STR statistics or case law, but what I did come to do is to implore you to consider things mindfully tonight and to have an eye for equity and fairness as you think through your decisions tonight. 10 years ago, my wife and I established a goal of moving to Fredericksburg, buying a little piece of property, building our forever home on it, building a little guest home on it that would be for family members when they come to town to visit. And then in their absence, which would be the majority of the year, we would treat it as a short-term rental. So we're about 2 years into that journey now. We're a couple months away from finishing that project. During that 2-year journey, I also became acquainted with a local business owner and have since joined that team. And so I am now an employee within Fredericksburg as well, not for the city, but for business here in town. So I think to some degree, I have a unique set of lenses that I view this entire this set of issues through. Number one, as a homeowner and as a landowner. Number two, as a prospective business owner. And then number three, as an employee who earns a living in town now. And so, in my view, one of the most important things that y'all can do for us, again, is to pursue that sense of fairness that I referenced a moment ago. In my mind, as version 5 is written, the only avenue towards fairness at all is to vote down version 5 and regroup. Yes, we do need sensible regulations to kind of steer around the bad apples that might be a part of this market. But I would say, though, that anything less than voting down version 5 would be a disservice to all of us. It would also kind of squash my dreams to some extent as well. So, of course, selfishly, I encourage you to consider that too. But I would say, though, that anything less than voting that down is really to lose sight of what fairness really is. And in my mind, I would define fairness as very few of us, if any, get everything we want out of this, but the majority of us will get something that we do want out of this. And I would encourage you to embrace that definition for what fairness is. And I would encourage you and invite you and even implore you to not veer off of that course. Establish that as your north and resist the temptation to veer away due to some of the louder voices that might have been heard. And rather, pay more attention to that inner voice of yours and let that inner voice that's oftentimes rooted in fairness, listen to that. Not the loudest voice, but the most silent and sincere voices that reside within you. And I think that sort of thinking and that sort of pursuit will certainly encourage you to vote down version 5. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matt? And then Jeffrey Moore, and you're on deck.
Well, Matt Drett, owner of Cozy Vacation Rentals in town. Appreciate all the work that everyone has done, throughout this whole process. I know there'll be some arguments on both sides, but from my viewpoint and from many perspective viewpoints, this is moving way too fast. You are not considering all the data, all the economic impacts that a vote in this ordinance could truly have to the citizens or to a business owner like myself, my many employees here in town, many of the other reservation services here in town. You have items 8A and 8B on the agenda this evening for voting consideration. Even though no input from P&Z or the city attorney has been incorporated into this draft, you really need to sit back, take a listen of what occurred on March 2nd, and really implement this into the new version of the draft, not version 5, and I propose to vote that down this evening. Let's see. So the City Council owes its citizens transparency, and these last-minute changes do not provide adequate time for discourse, and they appear underhanded, as if you have a predetermined outcome already in effect. So again, I please ask you to vote down version 5 this evening, and really go back to the drawing board and understand how this is going to affect the citizens of your community and the many jobs at hand and at risk here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Moore, and then we have Sheila Bibler on deck.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Moore, a city resident. I'd like to consider the following. With the recent pandemic, the CDC and federal government issued sweeping restrictions to help combat the spread of a virus that we knew very little about. We were told not to leave our homes, our children were restricted to online classrooms, our churches were shuttered, along with restaurants, banks, and retail shops. In a very short time, our loss of liberty was based upon suspicions and unknown impact of a virus. Grocery store clerks now had the authority to restrict one from entering their stores if you didn't wear a mask. Travel to and from states and countries was heavily restricted. Our own city issued a tattletale hotline. We became a police state overnight, all based upon fear and with limited supporting science behind it. We were told to trust the message because it came from our government. The COVID situation created a division in our community and became a political statement. Fast forward a few months and consider your home is now wanting to be monitored. Who is entering your property? How long will your family and friends be staying in your home? What are your guests doing while they are in your home? What time do you have to turn your lights off? What time were we not allowed outside with your family and friends after hours in a hot tub, pool, or by an evening fire? The same government that regulated you during COVID, now they are wanting to regulate your home and what you're doing with it. Is this acceptable for those to advocate for the loss of your individual property rights? At what point do we as citizens stop and consider the much bigger picture here? One thing we should have learned in the past 24 months is to stop and question the message and the messenger. What started out as complaints about noise, parking, trash, and lighting has turned into a 100-page ordinance. We have looked at examples around the country where similar STR proposals have not been successful and have only become a burden for the local taxpayers. You don't have to look far. Austin, Texas. They spent thousands trying to restrict STRs. Then they lost thousands in lawsuits over that. The Texas Supreme Court ruled that STRs are residences, not commercial businesses. I hope you don't think you're smarter than Austin, and I really hope you don't think you have more money than they do. At a time when part of our world is at war, being invaded, people dying, innocent people being killed, what are we talking about? An ordinance that restricts our property rights and has unconstitutional clauses in it. When I look at how much time has been consumed with this ordinance, I believe it could have been better spent working on solutions to affordable housing or working on tax breaks for our local city and county residents, like possibly a $100,000 owner property tax homestead exemption. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Emily Barry, you're on deck. This is Sheila.
I am Sheila Bibler, and I am a Fredericksburg resident. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for allowing me the chance to speak. I am fifth generation in this community, and I've lived here my whole life. My maiden name is Weinheimer. I love Fredericksburg and can't imagine living anywhere else. Growing up, I remember the frustration that tourism caused, even back then. But my very wise mother continually stated that Fredericksburg needed those tourism dollars to survive. And she was right. Tourism is our only industry. We have nothing else to support our beautiful town. And we need STRs to support tourism. I want to address 2 points that have been brought up in favor of this new ordinance. The first being affordable housing. Affordable is a very subjective term and means different things to different people. From my perspective, Fredericksburg has never truly had affordable housing for the person making an average or median salary. In 1986, when I got married, my husband worked as a jailer for Gillespie County, and I was working at Shearer Publishing as an admin. We were both making better than minimum wage, although I don't remember how much, but I did look it up, and minimum wage in 1986, federal minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. We could not even afford to rent a house or an apartment in Fredericksburg, much less buy. What we could afford was to purchase an older, single-wide mobile home that sat in Shady Lane Trailer Park, and that's where we started our family. Affordable housing is not a new problem and not caused by STRs. In fact, back then, we blamed it on all the retirees that were moving into the area and bringing all their money that they made somewhere else and driving up the prices of houses here, but they were not bringing jobs. STRs provide jobs. There is always someone to blame, and it's a different someone depending on the time. Is affordable housing an issue? Absolutely. It has always been an issue. But even in neighborhoods where STRs are not allowed due to HOA rules, housing prices are skyrocketing. That is the market we are in right now, and it is a nationwide issue. Banning STRs will not create affordable housing. The second issue I want to address is bring back the neighborhood. The complaint is that there are no kids riding bikes in the neighborhoods or playing in the streets. I can tell you, if I were a parent with young kids in this day and age, I would not let them ride bikes all over town or play outside without supervision. Our world today has too many predators lurking around, pedophiles and human traffickers. It's just not the safe world we used to live in. As a grandparent, I won't allow my grandchildren to play outside without supervision, and their parents won't allow it either. Banning STRs is not going to rid the world of those predators or bring back those kind of activities. I know we like to think that in our beautiful little town we are immune to those dangers. That's not true. In fact, I wonder if our head in the sand mentality toward those kind of crimes doesn't actually make us more of a target because our guard is down. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, and then we have Jason Kemp on deck.
Good evening, Mayor Keeney and members of the council. On behalf of the more than 350 members of the Central Hill Country Board of Realtors and the many homebuyers, sellers, and tenants we represent in the city of Fredericksburg, we respectfully request that you table request Z2120, which makes significant changes to the city's zoning code. We are concerned that the ordinance as drafted does not meet standards for uniform and consistent application. The terms and conditions as proposed for the conditional use process are entirely subjective, and there is no clear standard by which a property owner can meet those conditions. If it cannot be reasonably determined what the expectations of the code are, the city will be vulnerable to legal action, which will cost our taxpayers even more money. This proposed ordinance goes far beyond short-term rentals. The ordinance includes overarching changes to our land development code, including significant fines for violations regardless of short-term rental status. Most residents are not aware of those proposed changes and could easily run afoul of them. There has been very little transparency around this process. The recommendations made by Planning and Zoning on March 2nd, 2022 were not publicized in advance of tonight's meeting, giving citizens little information about what the council is actually going to act on. That does not meet philosophy of open public meetings, and more time should be given for citizen and stakeholder input on those items. Short-term tenants should be expected to be good neighbors, to respect the community and enjoy their time in Fredericksburg without being disruptive. We agree that more can be done to ensure those expectations are to partnering with the city and other stakeholders to find solutions to those concerns. We also agree that housing affordability is a growing problem here, and we are excited to work together to increase the supply of housing in Fredericksburg and make sure homes are accessible to people of all incomes. Arbitrarily and subjectively limiting or eliminating private property rights is not the answer to housing concerns currently facing Fredericksburg. In fact, by removing legal options for property owners to use their homes and by limiting the lodging options for people who want to spend time in Fredericksburg, we are harming our local homeowners, our local businesses, and the very industries that have helped our region thrive. We urge the council to table this proposed ordinance until more work can be done to ensure it actually achieves the goals that we all share. Thank you. I also have a copy of the full letter, which I did not read, to give out to City Council tonight. There's 15 copies.
And just give it to Shelley and she'll get it to us. Thank you, Emily. Jason, Kemp, you're up, and then we have Melinda McDonald on deck.
Good evening. My name is Jason Kemp. I am not a resident. However, I do own a home here in Fredericksburg. Hello, Mayor, Council, City staff. Thank you for listening to me tonight. I urge you to consider the following. Approve item number 7 and table items 8A and 8B. Grandfather those of us currently in the process before you vote on the new ordinances and to consider a legal review of the current version of the ordinance. My wife and I purchased a home here in June of 2021 in the R1 area. This home will be our retirement home in a few years, but we plan to allow short-term rentals until we are able to move here. Shortly after our purchase, many ordinances were proposed impacting STRs. We have made adjustments to our designs numerous times, impacting our time frame for requesting a permit for our renovation and increasing cost. We understand there are community concerns about loud noise and rowdy behavior. We understand those concerns and plan to fully cooperate and follow any ordinances to curb this behavior. However, we ask that you take a reasonable approach to any measures. Why not work with the community to pass common sense enforcement measures and to apply more resources to enforcing the current codes? Why the nuclear bomb to basically ban any new STRs? STRs bring tourism to this community, create jobs, and contribute to the local economy. We respectfully request you consider the following. Approve item number 7 and table items 8A and 8B. Grandfather those of us currently in the process before you vote on any new ordinances and to consider a legal review of the current version of the ordinance. Excuse me. We have to make a decision soon on whether to renovate our dilapidated house or forgo our dream entirely and find a new retirement community to move to. Fredericksburg is where my wife and I were engaged. It's where our Sunday school class has its annual trips. And it's where we spend many weekends with our kids here. We love this community and it's where we plan to retire. Please help us fulfill that dream. And lastly, I'd like to say and state for the record that I am not one of those investors that rips the souls from the neighbors because God does not grant me that power. But He does grant me the power to be kind and loving and the ability to get to know my neighbors, even those that may be neighbors for a short time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a Melinda and we have Michael Manning on deck.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right on the mic? Okay.
Yeah, good.
I'm Belinda McDonald and I live in Fredericksburg. Council members, city staff, thank you for your service, especially with these difficult issues. I'm speaking tonight regarding agenda items 7 and 8A and B. A few years ago, I had the honor of working with a nonprofit to create a public-private partnership in another municipality. It served youth, disadvantaged youth, and disabled veterans. Over the course of a 3-year approval process, I attended countless city council meetings and city committee meetings. Over that time, every contract, agreement, and ordinance that came before any committee or before city council had been reviewed, vetted, or written by the city attorney's office. Which leads me to last week. I was unable to attend the planning and zoning meeting last week as I was recovering from surgery. I did watch the live stream. I was amazed to hear that over the course of our 10-month process, that the city attorney had not had the opportunity to review the ordinance. As a citizen of Fredericksburg, I'm disappointed to hear that any ordinance, and certainly any ordinance of 107 pages with sweeping reforms to our entire zoning, would not be reviewed by our city attorney. In light of that, this document should have never gone before P&Z, and it should not be before you tonight. I would add that it is not the Planning and Zoning Board's job, nor yours, to navigate the legal complexities of this document. It is the city attorney's. We're all frustrated over the time that this has taken, but time is just one aspect of this. You can stew a roast for hours and hours, but if you start with a bad recipe, you're going to end up with a bad meal. Our current SDR document is only a few pages. It's clear, concise, and constructive. We all know it simply needs enforcement and a few tweaks. That's what was said back in May. It's what we're still saying. But instead, we're looking at a 107-page document with gaping legal liabilities. It will only create more problems than it solves. As our elected leaders, I respectfully ask you table discussion and action on items 7, 8A, and 8B until legal counsel has had the time to review, provide input to alter the document as needed. Let's start with something that we know is legally sound. Our community will be better served in doing so. I thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Michael Manning, and then we have Emily Reed on deck.
Hello, I'm Michael Manning. I currently reside in Harper. I have to speak from my heart. I don't have any paperwork. I don't work that way. I hope I can convey to you my personal experiences. You may remember, I've said the same thing. You may remember a few short years ago, I was working daily for food. That story, jobbing with you. You remember that? I see some of you nodding, some of them are looking questioningly. The STR company I work for has become my family in several ways. And I'm not the only person. The company I work for is not the only company. There's many, many people in my same situation. I know 3 HVAC companies, 2 pool companies, 3 plumbing companies that have had to hire new permanent employees because of my SDR company that I work for alone to accommodate us. My paycheck has allowed me to get caught up on the taxes I pay in Gillespie County. I was very, very delinquent. Again, I'm not the only one. There is many people in my situation that has been able to overcome life's problems and better the community. You may also remember that it's so important to me to make sure that I do everything that you as a council, as regulators impose on us. I follow everything you say. That's my job. I take it to heart. It's more so than most because of my unique situation and the desperate place I was before the company I work for now saved me. Fredericksburg, I am 55 years old. Fredericksburg has always been, I've always thought of it as my home also. Yes, there's Harper, but Fredericksburg is where I've worked. It's where I come to shop. It's just home. It's very important to me. I'm not an outsider. I have worked here all my life. The company that I work for is local. So please consider slowing down. We can all work together, and I think this is the meeting that I can say, Mayor Keeney, that as I started to a while back, I am very impressed with both sides. There's no name calling. There's no hard feelings. We are all working together, and that's Fredericksburg. To me, I have seen that all my life. Between the school districts, between the fire departments, Fredericksburg people are very open and willing to work, and I see that happening. Just not fast enough this time, but let's work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Emily? And then we have Maggie Payne on deck.
I have to quit signing up behind Michael because he makes me cry. And Michael didn't say this, and so I'm going to. Michael works for Cozy Vacation Rentals, and I'm proud to work with him and the rest of my employees every single day. When I hire my staff, I hire who they are, not necessarily what they have done. Because our industry is a niche industry. It's not a rocket science industry. You don't need an engineering degree, but you do need integrity. And so I hire those people that have integrity. And the people that don't, I show them the door fast. So I just want you to know I'm very proud to work with that gentleman. First thing I would like to address is affordable housing. I moved here 2 years ago and could not afford to purchase a property. I worked for the school district. I was the dean at the high school prior to my employment with Cozy. My husband and I knew that when we moved here, that it was going to be very difficult to find an affordable place to live. We made a decision to move here anyway. We felt that we were led here. I'm a person of faith. And so we felt very strongly that we were led here. I was diagnosed with cancer right before we moved here. I lived very close to MD Anderson. So any logic would say you need to stay put. So obviously we're not logical people. We moved anyway. But we felt very strongly that this is where God wanted us to be. I really enjoyed my time at the school. I worked with incredible people. And I feel very blessed that I continue to find myself with incredible people. God also planted me in a great neighborhood. I prayed that I would live next to people who I wanted to do life with and raise my kids with. And that's where I live now. And I'm very grateful for that. But just because my job involves vacation rentals doesn't mean that my ears and my heart are not open to my neighbors' concerns. I think that's very important. And words can be really cheap if they're not followed through with actions. So in my current role, I have taken action on complaints. I even asked a couple other people, have you heard anything about any of the properties that we manage that have not reached me? Because sometimes people are intimidated to report. Jason mentioned one time that neighbors will just kind of sit and stew and be upset and not necessarily report, right? And sometimes that's because they know the owners of the properties next to them and they don't want to get them into trouble. So they don't report it. They just kind of live with that burden, noise, or the trash. So Cozy has enforced some things, both in our house rules, guest expectations, communications between us and the guest, the way the property managers handle the property, the way we interact with owners. Is it perfect? No, but neither am I. I left my trash can lit up a little too much. I think I mentioned that last time. It's actually my 11-year-old son. I got a note on my door about it. You know, so it doesn't matter if I'm a renter or owner or STR guest. If we violated something, we violated it, right? And so I think that's what's important is the enforcement and the understanding and the transparency amongst residents. Going back to affordable housing, individuals who cannot afford to live here, that work here, who are in my industry, they will leave Fredericksburg and they will go and find employment where they live. Think about, why do they commute here? It's because we can pay a better wage. That's why it's worth it to them. So that also means they shop here. They spend time here. and they develop dreams to be here permanently. And you've heard from some of those people here today who have those dreams and are working on fulfilling those dreams, and that's meaningful because we're part of why people want to be here permanently. This is a special place and one that I'm proud to be here for. Something else that's happening, and if you have eyes and ears, you've heard it and you've seen it. We have a halo effect around our city. Llano, Johnson City, they are primed to take the tourism that we're about to shuffle out the door. And tourism is our main industry. No matter what side of the aisle you find yourself on, that is the truth. It is our primary industry here. So if you look at what's going on in Johnson City and Llano, they are very hyper aware of our discussions. And they are ready and primed to welcome tourists into their towns. So what tourists will do is they will go and stay in these outlying towns. They will drive in for one day to shop and eat, and they will go back instead of spending their days and dollars here like they have in the past. That was reported to us in the economic impact study. And I know many of you were there for that meeting, and I appreciate you being there. But also in that meeting, just like within the draft, it's a lot. It's a lot to chew on, and it takes a little bit more time. Nobody wants you to spend more time. That doesn't mean that more time isn't needed. Okay. The next thing I wanted to say is that by not taking this data into consideration, not considering Supreme Court decisions, and that's out there and it's factual, and we can all have feelings based on the law of the land. At the end of the day, my feelings about the speed limit really doesn't matter. It is what it is. I don't know that you've taken all citizen statements into considerations, and that's not just from my side of the aisle. And I'm not the smartest person in this room, but I am the best student. And I will tell you, as a student, putting all these things together about the lack of consideration, that makes me wonder about your personal agendas. I hope I'm wrong. You were voted into positions because citizens in this town trust you. I'm going to go back to integrity. They don't just trust your role or your title or what business or entity you're from. They trust who you are. And that's why you were voted into the seat that you're sitting in. Citizens in this town have confidence in your ability to do things like examine data, demand equal treatment under the law, seek legal counsel when needed, uphold Supreme Court rulings, limit local government overreach, listen to citizen concerns, and seek out experts when those experts are needed. I don't know that that's been done or considered in this latest draft. I tend to say no, it's not. I once had a really smart professor. I have my degree is in mathematics. I suggest you don't do that. It's terrible. I had a really smart professor tell me one time when I was trying to write a proof in Greek that, Emily, if you cannot explain it simply, you do not know it well enough. I don't believe that document that was drafted explains anything simply or transparently. I do think that was the goal. You spend a lot of time doing this. How much time have you spent drafting how you're going to enforce these rules? I wasn't here in 2018 when the last draft was considered, so I can't really formulate an opinion around it. But I do know that the enforcement is what was lacking luster, not the language. It was the enforcement. Maybe you didn't have the dollars for enforcement. I don't know. I really don't know. So I'm not going to speculate any further. I do want to say in conclusion that the citizens of Fredericksburg, all of us, deserve more than a year full of meetings and remarks and drafts and redrafts without legal oversight. That is very much needed. I implore you to do that so that you don't have to take back all of these countless hours you've put in because you have not upheld Supreme Court rulings. Any such negligence moving forward will create more fear and mistrust and frustration and an unnecessary division in our community.
Thank you. Maggie, and then we have Norman Armstrong on deck.
My name is Maggie. I live in Milton Buckley. I lived there for years. Also, Bob is living in one house on the street. My block has 5 full-time people, 2 full-time renters, boyfriend looking myself. He doesn't like how we has 10. We have 17. One sleeps 18. They could work out. One sleeps 6. One sleeps 20. Somebody mentioned 2. That's in my back. On my block, when I go to bed on Friday night and Saturday, I think about 71 people sleep on my outside streets, slamming car doors, dumping whiskey in bottles here and there. It's not fun. That is causing so much. That is my big fight. Traffic parking the streets. Well, you've got 8 young ladies and 2 people in your back. You don't know. All of these people also one. I hope they bring in money. But don't keep coming.
Thank you. Carmen, and then Susan Ottenberg, you're on deck.
Hello, City Council. My name is Carmen Armstrong. I live at 408 West Travis Street in the Historic District. And I just want to echo some things.
Carmen, you might want to back off just a bit on that mic.
Like that. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I was getting a lot of static. I think you were a little too close.
Okay. So I want to echo some things that Bruce Nichols talked about.
Wait, one second. Are we good on the mic out there? Hang on a second, please.
Oh, easy enough. Okay.
Well, you're holding on to it. That's what problem was.
All right.
I'm glad we cured it.
Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about what Bruce Nichols talked about, which is enforcement of any rules or regulations that are eventually passed. Any good rules that are not enforced are worth nothing. I've heard opposition talk quite a bit about self-policing and so forth. I moved here about 2 years ago, and at the time, there were not the prevalence of party houses and so forth. Fast forward to today, where we have Airbnb and VRBO and huge party houses. if the B&B STR group were interested in enforcement, I have a very pertinent question. Where have you been in the last several years as this problem has continued to escalate in our neighborhoods? Question. So that's my first point. Second thing is yes, we do have a history of B&Bs. When I first moved here 10 years ago, most of them were very small and the owners lived on property. I personally did not feel the impact. Fast forward now, I have a party house, advertises 12 people. I'm going to give you some real life, for instances, that I experienced. I had to call the police one night. There were people screaming on the front lawn. I could hear them through double pane glass windows. Okay, that was one instance. Another one, I lost this neighbor. They've moved. They told me they had a Ring doorbell. And she said, you wouldn't believe what we saw in the camera through that Ring doorbell. People so drunk, they were literally having fist fights on the front lawn. Okay? Another time I come home and there is a banner over the garage that says, welcome bitches, and an anatomically correct doll in the window. Now, I just got to ask you, would you want to live in that environment? And this is not these are just, a lot of times I'm gone on the weekends, but those are, it's not isolated. So, living in that is like living in a battle zone, and it's not fun. Also, I want to refute the stuff about how STRs are not commercial properties. Since when is a house that can do 10 to 20 people not a commercial entity? You collect sales tax on it. You tax the owner's income from the property. That's commercial activity. So how is this not equivalent to a hotel parked right in a residential neighborhood? It's commercial activity. That's all I got to say. I'm just really upset.
I can tell them. Thank you. Okay. It's fixed. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I hope that you won't be receiving any more of those. If you do, let us know. Thank you. Susan, and excuse me, then we have Deanie. I'm not even going to try that last name. I'll wait till you come up on deck. Susan, please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and council members. This is the first time I've been able to address this council. First of all, I've been a resident of Fredericksburg all of my life. It's had a lot of changes, a lot of good, a lot of bad. We've promoted tourism in a way that we've succeeded. Would you agree? We have many wineries. We have a thriving business. We have 2,100 jobs created by the STRs. If any of you had attended the economic summit that was going on, that was there. So, and it's not just individuals, it's a whole community. We have 2 STRs and they are policed. There's 3 bedrooms, and actually it is a recreational activity for my mother, who is elderly. Gives her something to do. Get out of the house, go turn the lights on, make sure the people are doing what they're supposed to. We've not had any problems. One of them is across the street from her, and those neighbors in that neighborhood have been in and out of one of the houses we've redone while we are doing construction, checking things out, making sure what's going on. They have our number. They have my number to call me. And their activity, as soon as the car drives in the driveway, they're counting the number of people that should be here. I agree that we should not have party houses. Party houses are a problem. Even our restaurants and wineries, they're not accepting parties of 6 or more at an individual seating at a time. So, they were able to adult their problem without bringing things to the council to take care of. So, I do agree with a lot of the restrictions and the ordinances. The noise ordinance is a little low. But I also want to address the consequences or the punishment of enforcement. I don't know if any of you guys have ever had to hold a Texas state license, or you've had to fill out a licensure where you answer the question, have you ever been charged criminally? So I want you to know that when you're voting, that you take the criminal aspect out, because we have to answer yes to that on our state license, no matter what you do. If you're a nurse, if you're a lawyer, whatever license that you fill out, you have to answer yes. And then you have to do a huge explanation of, well, I own an STR, my guests were loud. That's a problem. We don't hold our children that are speeding or having tickets, or anyone else that we are actually legal guardians of. We're not charged criminally for them. So I would suggest that you guys look at, make a decision when you're looking at that to make sure that that is not included in your consultations. The STR that is next across the street from my mother, there is a house in between that is a rent house, and I've talked to the people. Then next door to them is a long-term rental property, and I've asked them, "Are you okay? Have we had any problems? What can we do to make your life better? If you're having problems, I need to know, and I'll address it." They said, "Oh no, we hear nothing from your short-term rental." Nothing at all. It's the neighbor next door, the long-term rentals, which we are trying to maybe increase in our town so we can have people come and be able to live in Fredericksburg. They're saying that the music is loud, the lights are on, the dog is barking. So is that our next step, that we are going to start policing the long-term rentals as well? I just urge you to kind of step back, take a look at what's going on, and make sure that you're making the right decision. And these have all been looked at in this manner. We do need more long-term rental houses. I'm not disagreeing with that. As a employee of the hospital, we do need a lot. We need affordable housing. Our people can't live here. No one lives here. Our children can't move back here. We need to be doing things that are going to help our community grow and build, versus bickering over how many parking spots you have and how many beds you can have in a bedroom. And by the way, I do agree there should be one bed in a bedroom unless they're two twins. But anyway, that's beside the point. We need to take care of our people that live here and the people that are going to grow Fredericksburg to be what it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Teeny, and then we have Carolina Siller. Teeny, I know you corrected your last name several times. Is it Heartline then?
Heartline, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. My name is Deanie Heartline. I live in the city of Fredericksburg. First, just a couple of comments before I start in on this. I have to say I do not understand why you don't make just a STR ordinance that doesn't involve anything but STRs. My other comment, which I've also stated for years that I've been here, is I don't understand why the city has never brought in any other workforce like companies where you have to depend strictly on tourism to make a living. Okay, that being said, that's it. It has become clear that the STR ordinance does very little to solve the problems that STRs bring to R1 residents, because in order to solve these issues,
It will always start at the expense of the residents. They are the starting point of all the complaints that arise with the STRs. Residents should not be burdened with policing STRs. This ordinance should be written so that the burden is on the STR owner, and they are the ones that need to enforce it. And they should have been the ones that have been enforcing it all along. The city ordinance and this ordinance allows and is encouraging owner-occupied STRs which can be built on the property. This has the potential to not only double the housing density of the R1 neighborhood, but double the population as well. The city infrastructure cannot even support the city now. What will this look like in the future? 2 STR owners have built structures on their property. Jerry, I think these are in your neighborhood. They are alley huts. They are built on the edge of their property, facing the alley into the other neighbors' yards, fenced off from the owner's property so they stand alone. All the noise will carry into the neighbors' yards, plus looking into the neighbors' yards. Residents will now have the expense of putting up privacy fences. One even has a hot tub on the small porch facing the alley. If the STR owner does not want them in their own backyard, if they do not want to mess with them, then why should the residents of the R1 neighborhood have to deal with them? It is because the STRs do not belong in R1 residential neighborhoods. I think there should be a cap on the auxiliary structures of no more than 1,000 square feet, nor can they be fenced off from the primary resident property, and they should be shielded from looking into backyards of other neighbors if they are allowed to be built 10 feet away from the property line. Do you really want a constant stream of strangers looking into your backyard, especially if you have children? This becomes a safety issue. Residents should not have to foot the bill to build their own privacy fence. Also, I noticed at the last meeting, they talked about allowing an STR owner to live in their house for a year and still keep their permit. I don't think this should be allowed either. If the city is going to continue with this, they need to hire the manpower to handle it, and the money to pay for these positions should come from the STR owners with permit fees. The whole ordinance was written with the STR owners in mind and not the residents. This ordinance needs to be passed to stop unoccupied STRs, but it will not stop the unoccupied STRs from coming into neighborhoods because of the cut. And yes, the properties that are surrounded by unoccupied STRs should be able to sell as an unoccupied STR, but this only continues to increase the number of unoccupied STRs and will allow more homes to become unoccupied STRs. But really what the city should do is start getting rid of the unoccupied STRs by not allowing them to remain as STRs once they are sold. Yes, they need to be grandfathered in on the ordinance, but they do not need to be there for an eternity. Once the owner decides to sell it, it should revert back to an R1 residence and fall under the rules of an R1 residence. The owner wants and is willing to sell the property, and it is their choice to sell it. They decided they no longer wanted that unoccupied STR property, and there is no reason to keep it as an unoccupied STR going forward.
Jason stated that they are flipped so fast the city cannot even keep up with who owns them. That is a big way for them to make money. With increased housing prices and property taxes, residents will no longer be able to live in their neighborhoods. The permit should be with the owner, not the house, and therefore it ends when the STR owner sells. Residents want their neighborhoods back. They want the unoccupied STRs gone in R1 zoning. The only way to do that is by not letting the grandfathered unoccupied STRs pass from one owner to the next. But it stops when the owner, when it was grandfathered, decides to sell the property. It is a natural and easy way to get back to an R1 neighborhood. R1 neighborhoods will still be destroyed with the occupied STRs. Please do something for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Catalina, and then we have Christy Lockhart on deck.
Mayor, Christy Lockhart declines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. No, I don't mean that. I'm happy that you're not speaking. I'm happy that you told me beforehand. All right? I don't want anybody that thinks I'm clear to death that you're not going to visit us. Okay, I'm glad we got that straightened out. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to straighten that little situation there. Thank you. Catalina, please.
Hello, my name is Catalina Stiller, and I am a longtime resident of Fredericksburg. I own Heavenly Host, a vacation rental hosting company located in Fredericksburg, and have worked in this industry for over 13 years. I'm also an SDR property owner. I am here to speak on behalf of all of the property owners we represent. At Heavenly Host, we work with SDR property owners who are very concerned about being good neighbors and rely on us to make sure guests are respectful. We pride ourselves on how few issues there have been with guests and how quickly we can respond to any concerns with our 24/7 on-call assistance. We always want to make the experience for guests and residents as wonderful as possible. The owners we work with are both local and from out of town, but they all want to see Fredericksburg thrive, not just for their benefit, but because they also love this town. Many have invested in properties so that someday they can also live here. We help them possibly contribute to city's economy and quality of life. We do things right, working with only permitted and inspected properties, paying owners city and state taxes properly and on time, and communicating house rules to guests and holding them accountable. Living wages jobs are difficult to find, so we're extremely happy we're able to pay our employees well, and it's because of the success of the SDRs. This is something other towns aren't able to offer. Fredericksburg is unique and fortunate in that regard, but those jobs will go away if SDRs are severely restricted, and we won't survive if this gets taken away. Our employees are amazing. They're a family to us, and we want them to succeed in all aspects of their lives. This is possible because we have people investing in Fredericksburg. As the impact studies have shown, SDRs creates much needed jobs and have extremely significant financial impact on the community. SDRs are an important part of keeping Fredericksburg a popular travel destination. My family is supported by opportunities for SDRs in Fredericksburg. I graduated from Fredericksburg High School. My two sons go to school here. I do businesses with numerous locally owned businesses, and there are so many things I love about our community. I simply want the benefits that SDRs provide to so many people to continue and our property owners' rights protected for us to use the property as we see fit. Thank you so much for your time and considering my feedback.
Thank you very much. Brad Finley, you're up.
Mayor, I'm going to decline.
I don't know how to answer that. Thank you. Thank you very much. According to the sign-up sheet, we have run out of speakers who have signed up, and I appreciate all y'all's comments, and I will share with you one thing I think is an underlying comment is our love of Fredericksburg and our community. So with that, I will entertain a motion to go out of public hearing back into regular session.
So moved.
Have a motion by Jerry, Tom.
Second.
And a second by Bobby. Any further discussion?
You can start calling me Jerry too if you want.
Any further discussion? There is none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 8A. Consider the approval of ordinance 2022-13 amendments to the city zoning code regarding short-term rentals, development standards, parking requirements, land use charts, definitions, impervious cover, and regulations, C 2120. City council may waive the second reading. Jason?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. Before I get started in going through kind of the staff report and the P&Z recommendations, I do want to touch base on a couple of things, if you don't mind.
Oh, please do.
I think first off, I just want to thank you guys for allowing me and my staff to work on this and work with the public as closely as we have. We've had multiple meetings, input sessions. Some councils may not have operated that way, so we think that's the way to do that. As for how we got here and what we started, I wanted to touch on that just a little bit since this is kind of hopefully drawing to conclusion. My kind of role in this amendments here is ultimately we started with some pretty basic goals, and that was really understanding the deficiencies of our 2018 ordinance, where they were, so we could enforce what we have. We only had a few regulations, and so we wanted to beef those up. And then secondly, kind of to balance property rights, not just the property rights owners that purchase today under current rules with expectations of short-term rentals, but the property rights of adjacent landowners who own those properties prior to the 2013 ordinance that first allowed them into the R1 neighborhood. So, you know, ultimately our goal was to balance everyone's property rights, create an ordinance that was equitable, fair, and enforceable. And so, you know, those were our starting goals. So hopefully those were the right ingredients. If not, you know, that is my fault. And so I will take the blame for that. So before I get into kind of the next steps and where we are in this process, I wanted to touch base on the Planning and Zoning Commission, some of the comments that have been made regarding legal review and transparency. So generally, the reason you don't see any amendments to draft 5 of the STR ordinance is because what we do in the city here is we draft our ordinance and regulations. We put those out to the public. We let the public review those, present their comments, and we take that to P&Z. P&Z then makes their recommendations to council, but we do not include those recommendations into the new draft ordinance because ultimately it's council's duty to review those recommendations and decide whether they want to adhere to them, deny them, or modify them with changes. And that's why we have a two ordinance reading process. So you would be able to go through, decide for yourself what recommendation changes you want to make, direct staff to do that, and then we bring back that final language at that time. So having said that, and that's kind of the reason why you don't see a new draft 5 up on the ordinance, I think I just wanted to touch base on that a little bit. And if you have any other questions on that, just let me know. But if you don't mind, I will kind of jump into P&Z recommendations. This is a big document. There are 117 pages. I think the good part is it's really only outside of section 5.401. There's really a couple of sentences in each section that we're looking. We added about 8 definitions. So I don't think it's too much for you guys to handle. But I'm going to tackle this kind of the way P&Z did in their motions. I've been before you several times and going through the ordinance and multiple drafts. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the real small details, but I do want to get through P&Z recommendation and kind of let you know what staff's thoughts were. So P&Z did consider this. They had 2 hearings. They went through the sections you see before you. There's 16 here, and then another. There's a total 22 sections that were reviewed by P&Z. All of those sections were approved as presented. They did not have any changes, modifications, or recommendations for staff. So that was the land use chart, mixed residential land uses, the additional development standards. Again, we're talking parking requirements, impervious cover and density for the most part. So staff's recommendation is that we would follow P&Z recommendation on all of those 22 sections of code. The next thing that P&Z got into where they started making modifications was into definition section. They made a recommendation that STR B&B be renamed to STR primary dwelling. I think the definition is the same. Staff just recommends keeping it at B&B. I think that's a term that everybody knows. We heard it a lot here tonight, even though that's really not a land use that's utilized much. Their second issue was the city attorney clean up the definitions, and staff agrees with P&Z recommendation. And I'll touch on that. Also, there was some comments that P&Z hasn't, or city has not done any of their legal review. Daniel has been with me on every step of the way on the proposed regulations, but we have not done the final cleanup that we usually do as part of the ordinance, to search for typos, consistencies, things of that nature. So that's something we support, and we go through that process either way. The second was P&Z recommended the definition for single family detached be added. I believe that is actually in the ordinance. If it was left off on one of the drafts, so we'll make sure we'll add that. But I saw it in the draft that I had. Next, we got into section 5.40, conditional use permits. P&Z recommended that all language be deleted. This was a section that we had duplicated some language, so staff recommends approval of P&Z's recommendation on that. I'm going to skip 5401. No, sorry. That was the one where we had the lion's share of the changes. And if you recall, 5.401 is actually our current short-term rental ordinance that has just been brought into the zoning ordinance where it should be. So it won't no longer be a standalone ordinance. So under this section, it was, again, clean up the language. So staff recommends approval of that. P&Z recommended that section 10C be modified to allow inspections for complaints regarding occupancy and life safety. Staff is recommending that STRs only be inspected upon permitting, building code permit additions, or upon complaints. Staff would not recommend modifying this section because just like anything in the city, if we get a complaint, whether it was the installation of a fire pit that didn't meet setbacks or the number of occupancy, we need to be able to go in and inspect. So I know there's a concern for us being kind of a policing targeting group, but we need that flexibility to investigate any violation that we see. And that's any business, not just short-term rentals. Yes, ma'am.
So what are you saying, that you agree that you can go in and inspect at any time, then, for what was it? Occupancy and life safety?
They wanted us to tone it down just for occupancy and life safety. Yes, staff recommends just keeping it open as far as any complaints or so that we can investigate properly. So we get complaints of illegal dumping and we send Ray and Ted and they go by and look at it. So we want to make sure that they're meeting all the ordinance. I can go into a little more detail later, but we wouldn't want to waive that. And again, we're not looking to be a brute squad or police force and target someone every week. But if we do get a complaint that there were sleeping 20 people and we know their permit slipped 6, or if they were doing work in the back installation of hot tubs or fire pits without permits, then we would want to look at. So I have some concerns.
I misunderstood. I thought they wanted to add that to the other things.
No. So we just did it. We were trying to keep it simple. Then we get into the section house rules. I'm sorry. And so section 11B, their recommendation was be cleaned up and add citation language. We do agree that we need to review that, pending the city attorney review. Our thought process on the house rules was trying to work with members of the alliance to do something to help citizens when they did have issues. I think at this point, given the heartburn from some members of the community on the house rules, and Daniel brought this up at the last P&Z meeting, was the previous section in that code actually addresses all of those house rules. We have those requirements. We thought it would be cleaner if it was a requirement for STRs to have house rules. If that's not an issue, staff's recommendation was we could just pull that entire section out and not have to deal with those. But Daniel and I can talk about that here in a little bit in more detail. P&Z also did recommend that staff include language or identify what rules under section 5.401 would be retroactive, because we have some regs, we have some existing grandfathered STRs, and so what are the new ones going to have? I do have a section highlighted or section code with those highlighted where we've added some language. I'd be glad to pull that up if you all want to get into that and discuss that on that section. Here in a little bit, I think we can kind of tackle these piece by piece. But it's really just two that are going to be retroactive. Most of the ordinance, again, has been codified. Most of these STRs are operating under the existing ordinance, and since we just pulled most of those in, that's what's going to be in there. So the two sections of code were the section where you have to advertise the number of parking spaces you have available, and you have to limit your guests to that. So if you have one space or you have 5, you have to advertise that. The second section of code, I believe, had to do with, I'm going to have to pull that up. I don't remember offhand. Sorry about that. But there was one more section of code, and we can pull that up here in a second. And then finally, let's see, P&Z had some concerns on the compliance and penalty provisions of section 12. They wanted it cleaned up, some grammatical errors, formatting. They also discussed creating a list of major violations. Staff recommends approval with the P&Z recommendation for language, grammar, and formatting, but we do not recommend creating a tiered system as far as major or minor violations. And the reason for that is, if you recall, we recently approved a new adjudication process for handling violations of the ordinance. Someone mentioned it tonight that under the current ordinance, if it's a violation, it's a misdemeanor, and so you have to sign that on your driver's license. This ordinance would do away with that, and we could go through a public hearing officer. It is tiered, so if your first offense is X amount of dollars, your second goes to $250, your third goes to $750. So we have that system built in our current ordinance. So I don't know that we need to recreate that system inside this code. That's what our current zoning code allows. And we also have daily fines under the current zoning code. If you recall, the other SDR ordinance was not part of the zoning, so we had to have that separate kind of section. The last thing that P&Z mentioned regarding this section of code was the permit suspension and appeal. They wanted that section to be rewritten, tied to offenses and convictions. So obviously Daniel would have to kind of clean up that language. I kind of did my first draft of that. But after some discussions, again, staff would probably recommend that if you wanted to bring some language forward on that we would just keep what's in the existing short-term rental ordinance. There is a catch-all in there, and we've never used it upon conviction. We've had some convictions, but we've never used it. So this would be a policy that's been in existence in our ordinance since 2018, something the STR Alliance has been living with for that long. We have not heard a bunch of complaints as far as the process goes with it. It wasn't until we started tweaking it that we got some concerns. So I have a section there that I can also bring up as we would propose some language. So those were the P&Z recommendations. I know I kind of went through those pretty quickly, and each of y'all will have your own questions on your own specific question or sections of code. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over back to you, Mayor. I think if you guys want to tackle it section by section, I'm sorry.
I think you missed one thing, Jason, and that is the CUP.
Yes. Sorry, CUP criteria. Like I said, there was the one section where we had kind of duplicated that stuff. P&Z made a mention, let's get rid of the duplication. Then we had the other section, 5.406, I believe. That is the section that has our existing criteria, evaluation criteria for short-term rentals. Originally, staff had tried to propose some new criteria that would be very specific to STRs, and I think that's where some of the debate has gone back and forth during the different drafts. Given the fact that section has criteria, that we utilize that section currently when evaluating short-term rentals. We go through the CUP process now for those in the historic shopping district that do those. And given its success in approving and denying those based on the unique circumstances of those properties, staff would be comfortable of just deleting all of the proposed amendments that we had in there and just kind of keep that section as is, since it's been working and working well. Again, we were, trying to find some that would specifically address it, but again, short-term rentals are one of 120 land uses that we have within the city. And ultimately, those CUP regulations apply to all of those when we go through that process. So thank you, Kent, for reminding me of that one. So if I didn't miss anything else, at this point, we can kind of go through section by section. Like I said, there was about 22 that P&Z had no concerns. If y'all want to, tackle them section by section or as a group or ask me any questions to clarify, I'll be glad to do that at this
Council,
point.
which way we want to go? What would be the easiest recommendation from you to proceed? So not only we would understand, but the folks out there would understand.
I think if you're looking at, it's probably easier to go section by section just because they're numbered and you can go. And then, like I said, if none of y'all have any changes on a specific section, then y'all could make a motion to, that's how P&Z did it. We kind of did a motion on each one that made it a little easier for Shelley doing the minutes, and will make it easier for us to do direction if you do provide some changes for us.
Section, that way we'll run it. I think it's a good idea. Let's do it that way.
Or can I make a comment before we
Sure, please do.
proceed? So this is a zoning text amendment is what we're doing, and there's a procedural, there's a statutory and our zoning ordinance that sets forth a procedure for that process. And so everything up until the point that it started with the P&Z public hearing, we had not formally started the text amendment process yet. Basically, I know we had a whole lot of meetings, we talked about it. That was essentially to determine the conceptual nature of what the application was going to be as it moved through planning and zoning and then ultimately to council. And because of that, I didn't feel that it was proper prior to even being a P&Z to have a fully drafted, vetted, ready to go ordinance. I felt like that would have been trying to circumvent the process that's in place for a reason. And so, so there were ideas and concepts that I brought up at P&Z that had not been addressed before. Because that was the first time I felt that we had started the formal process for discussion and review of those concepts. And Jason mentioned a few of those, and some of those concepts still need to be resolved by council before we can draft, language that would accomplish what needs to be accomplished. And the reason for that is that depending on which way the ordinance is intended to be written, some of these provisions have significant legal consequences, require a lot of analysis to determine whether it's appropriate or lawful or not. And so I just wanted to mention that as we move through these, there are some issues that were mentioned in P&Z that we're going to have to the council is going to have to resolve before we can have an opportunity to adopt this ordinance. And so I don't see that. I mean, it's up to the council, but I don't know that we can do that tonight. I mean, I anticipate that we'll have discussion. We'll need guidance. We'll have to come back on a second or more readings with a draft that accomplishes what council wants to accomplish, particularly on those unresolved issues.
Daniel, you might want to go through the timeline when they have to act on this too. I think that's important for the council to know.
So, so you had your public hearing tonight. You have 20 days from your public hearing to make findings as set forth in the ordinance. That's basically findings whether the proposed changes are appropriate or not and consistent with the comprehensive use plan and the land use plan. So, you have tonight's meeting. You have another regularly scheduled meeting in 14 days. If you feel like you need additional meetings in that time period, you have up to 20 days to try to reach a decision, at least on your findings as to whether these changes are appropriate or not. So there is some time constraint on council's ability to take action on this, or I mean, I think you have to take some action, either no action or adopt an ordinance or something within that 20 days, or else we'll have to start the process over, which would mean new public hearings. And obviously that would be, I mean, it can be done, but we have to notice, it's a citywide notice, so it's a pretty substantial administrative burden to redo it if we get to that point.
Is the 20-day, does the 20 days start today?
It's 20 days from the close of the public hearing, which is today. So you've got 20 days.
Thank you.
So we have 20 days to enact a new ordinance or to not do anything at all.
It says you have 20 days to make findings. It's
Okay,
not 100% clear, but I think at least at the end of the 20 days, the council needs to take action to decide whether you believe these changes are appropriate and in conformance with your comprehensive use plan and land use plan. And if you do make those findings, then it says that you have to adopt an ordinance. It doesn't say when. We typically do it at the same time, but we have also done it at subsequent meetings. But you have to make your decision, I guess I would say, within 20 days.
So are you saying that at the end of 20 days, we have to say, yes, we are going to change the ordinance, or no, we are not going to change the ordinance?
Essentially,
going to adopt.
essentially, yes. You
Okay.
need to decide what changes, if any, you want to implement within that 20 days.
And then at that, let's say 20 days from now, which would put us at the March 27th or the April 7th meeting? The March 27th meeting?
We have a meeting on the 21st, I believe,
21st,
and then,
okay.
You have up to the 27th. So you call a meeting before that, before the 21st. If you need more meetings, you would call one after the 21st. You do have notice period of 72 hours that you have to take into account also to call your meetings.
So we could have it before the 21st.
Right. But I
And
think
the latest we have to either vote an ordinance or to leave everything the way it is would be within this, this 20-day time.
correct. And as for all zoning changes, this one just obviously has more issues than you typically see in a zoning text amendment.
So what I heard you say was we have 20 days to decide or state our findings, but we can vote on the amendment after that or the proposed changes.
The zoning ordinance isn't clear. It's just not clear on that issue. It's clear that you have to make your findings in 20 days, and then it says if you find that it's appropriate, then it says you shall adopt an ordinance. And we have done it both ways. We have done it at the same time, and we have done it at a following meeting.
Okay.
Now, your findings and whatever you adopt would need to be, would need to align with one another. So your findings, you'd be locked in essentially in your decisions based on the findings you make on the record.
Right. The only reason I was asking is if it takes us 20 days to make our findings, we're going to need some time to write the ordinance.
Right.
So, okay.
But it seems to me what you're just saying is that if we at the end of 20 days, if we have findings, yes, we need to change, then that's the point when we need to adopt.
We'll adopt the findings at the next meeting. Possibility.
So basically, this ordinance either is up or down on the 21st meeting.
Well, if you don't call any other meetings, but you can call as many meetings as you need to within that
In between,
20-day period. Correct.
between now.
Correct. Yeah.
And after what's the 20 days after, since the meeting on the 21st is what number day is that? Do we have any days after the 21st?
Yes.
Call a special meeting?
The 21st is 2 weeks from tonight, which is
So that's 14, so we'd have six business days after that, or 6 days?
And I think it's straight calendar days.
6 calendar days.
I would put it on a Sunday, and so
Be that Friday.
So we could adopt it section by section tonight. Certain of them we might have to delay till another time. But we could actually make findings and adopt portions tonight.
Certain sections.
Yeah, so it's by section.
Well, I think ultimately it's going to be, it will be in the form of your normal ordinances, which would have everything in it as one document, and you would approve an ordinance. So I
Right,
think we need to go through section by section so we can find out what you want to incorporate into that ordinance.
Right, but if we go through a section like the definitions and we all agree on.
You could make your finding on that particular section.
Then we're done with that.
And I think you could make a motion that, and
Accept.
that could be your findings for that
Approve
particular
that.
section. Right, but then we would need to bring an ordinance that reflects that.
Wish they said that at the beginning. Thank you. That pretty much made it where I understood it. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that.
So I think we need to go section by section so that we can, if we need more work on certain sections, we'll have time to do.
Now, the city manager has recommended in an email he sent to council that we approve the first, we've had 22 sections, 1 through 22, that have been agreed on.
Be agreed on as far as the city council planning and zoning commission, that you may want to act on those 22 first, and then that would get the majority of sections, your findings on the majority of sections, and then you can deal with the ones that planning and zoning had separate recommendations. Assuming you don't have any more concerns about those 22 sections.
Well, I hate to throw water on the fire, but I have some concerns. I do have some concerns, and I think we should go section by section.
Starting with number one.
The first one, yeah.
Okay. Anybody bring some coffee? Yeah, do we want to take a 5-minute break? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I will hold everyone to a 5-minute break. Thank you. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
I'm the same way. Is it just me? I'm glad to see you doing that. They run out till I got my cat. Who are we missing from the council? Tom? Tom's still fine? I'd like to round them up, but we don't have any council members here. Where's Jimmy? Where's Thomas?
We'll continue on. Okay, we're ready. Are we all here? Yeah, there's Tom. Daniel's still gone. Yeah, we can continue on. Okay, we're gonna be back. If y'all would please, settle down a little bit. We're ready to roll. All right, Jason, we'll start with number 1.
So, sorry, it's a little bit loud. Let me back that up. Just, so we'll start with section 2.100 definitions.
Yeah,
Again, I had, only one major change, and that was to add single-family attached. We have both of those, single-family attached and detached. They are in the draft ordinance. For some reason, one of them wasn't alpha, but it is in there. So other than that, we'll be looking for any recommendations that you guys may have or a motion.
Okay, I just, I have a couple questions, Jason. You have some definitions that you added. Co-ownership, fractional ownership, residential, corporate housing, I think you do use, and timeshare.
Yes, ma'am.
I looked through all of the ordinances. I didn't see any of those that were permitted in any of the zones.
Correct.
Zones that we have now. So I'm just curious why we leave those in there.
Wanted them defined just in case someone, so the way the zoning code works, if you don't have a definition, you can pick one that's the closest. We didn't want, there's so many definition games being played right now with cities and uses, and we just wanted to make sure that we had all of our bases covered so that if we were requested to do something, we would say, no, you're more like a co-ownership, fractional ownership than you are a short-term rental. We allow short-term rentals, but we don't allow that. So we have them in there, but they're not allowed, and that's for a specific reason.
Okay, thanks. And I don't have any other problems with
On number 1. Any other questions on number 1, council? Let's go to number 2.
So as we go through sections, do you all want to make motions and give us direction so that we can tackle that one-on-one?
I don't, Danny, do you need a motion for each one? Or do we go, how does that work?
We need finding for definitions.
I think it's easier for staff if you kind of give an answer on each section. We can mark it off and say this one's good as presented, or we need to make these changes. Section
Okay.
by section.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the definition section as presented with the P and Z's requested change.
Second.
Have a motion by Kathy and a second by Bob. Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, there's none. Motion one. 5-0. Number 2.
Okay, well, I have something. Just, were you gonna call that, Jason?
So on, R1 single family residential, we did propose a, short-term rental unoccupied, would only be allowed, via conditional use permit, and then there's 2 types of categories in there. So, this is what one of the gentlemen referred to as the donut hole, the last man standing. I will be able to answer any questions regarding the short-term rental accessory and the short-term rental B&B. But because of the map that the last man standing may apply to my property as well. So I will recuse myself and let Anna discuss any specific CUP questions you have regarding the land use section of part.
Could you make that bigger on the screen? For some reason it went from there. Thank you. Yeah, single from a double there. Thank you.
So again, if you recall, the goal of our short-term rental ordinance was understanding that they are an integral part of our community, understanding that the comp plan does discuss them, and so that's why we do allow them 2 types of short-term rentals in the R1 zoning district by right currently. The third type, the unoccupied, would be subject to a CUP.
Okay, so I have, first of all, the reference to section 5.400 should be changed, I think, to 5.460.
No, that's going to reference the 5.401 additional. So any STR you do has to be in.
I'm sorry, the conditional use permit as provided in section 5.400 is no longer there for STRs.
No, I know, but to clarify where it's in parentheses says with STR permit, and in here it's to section 5.401. That means anything you do, whether it's by right or by CUP, has to adhere to that section, which is not the.
I'm talking about above that.
Above it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Where it
yes.
says permitted uses subject to conditional use permit.
Correct. So that section is still in the code. We're not taking it out. We just deleted our additional
reference to it.
Yes.
So why wouldn't we reference 5.460? Since that's where all of the criteria sit for
Yes. I think though that's a typo. It should all be 5.601.
Okay.
Yes. So we'll clear that up.
Okay. Then my substantive.
I'm sorry, Kathy. That's just the way it's written now throughout our entire zoning ordinance. It refers to that section 5.400, which is really just sort of a paragraph that explains the conditional use permit process. If you all want to change that as part of this and change all those references to 460 something, we can do that.
Okay, I would think would be a good idea for clarity. With my substantive comment would be to eliminate the 50% bullet point and leave the first bullet point as it is, except change our adjacent to the word abut.
And change it from 2 to 3 then.
I think we could leave it at 2 because if we have a stranded house in the middle of a block and if we required 3 lot lines, and rethinking this, that house would be stranded on that one street in the middle if we said 3 lot lines. So 2 lot lines, probably we should stick with that. Because if there are no STRs behind that house, then it's impossible for that house to get approved under a cup because it wouldn't have 3 lot lines. That makes sense. 53, 22 of the ordinance.
5.400. 401.
It's section 3.10 R1 single family residential. I think you have it in your hand.
Page, okay. Mine's numbered different because I don't have the full agenda package. I just have the STR, so that's where I was
Oh, I'm
confused.
sorry.
Thank you.
The reason I want to remove the 50% paragraph is because it tends to, as they showed, and as I drew several blocks like that, and each one they tend to creep into more and more. Instead of addressing just the stranded house, it then somehow it allows more and more to be brought in. So if you have a 6-block house on one street and one STR behind the backyard of those houses, if 3 are on the one side are STRs, the rest of them can become STRs. It's not like 1 stranded or 2 stranded houses. And then behind them, now they have an STR with 2 lot lines. They can continue on that and fill up the whole block
With STRs.
with STRs.
Didn't at one time we have the criteria was a little stronger than this? It's either 3 locations or 3 property lines, or 75% of the block. It seemed like there was a bigger concentration of STRs than just 2.
Right.
And that's, to me, that's more of a stranded house than you have 2 STRs next door to you.
Right, but if you say 50% of the block has them and then does, and there's 3 left, 3 that are left on that block, they can become, suddenly stranded. Under the cut process, it doesn't say stranded, but if it's a 50% or more of the properties, and there are 50%, then every other one can go.
No, I understand that. I just
Raise the percentage.
well, because in the previous example that Jason did, he identified 134 locations where this was. If you did 2 or more property lines, I think if you lowered it, seemed like it was 3, but if you lowered it to 2, I would say that you're opening yourself up to a lot more than 134. That could be STRs.
The map that was created was based on 2 lots.
Was it?
Was in 2 lots.
Okay.
That's what?
Then that answers
2
my
property
question. Okay. Then I agree. 2 property lines and delete 50%. If that's what the 134 before was based on, the two property lines, then I'm good.
It was the 134 based on the 2 property lines plus 50%? Or was it the 2 property lines or 50%? Is that what 134 was based on?
And 50%.
It's based on 50%.
Yes.
What happens when there's a property on a corner and you have only 1 property line?
And it's not stranded.
It's not
50%,
stranded?
you're saying it's only got 2.
I think, Mayor, that was why the 50% was added there is because of.
I mean, it could be stranded, because there's only one property, that it's abutting, if it's a corner lot. Yeah, if that's an STR, it may not be. So this was an STR, and it's an STR. Right, that corner could be stranded.
Yeah, so you want to go to one on the corner, then one lot line?
Well, it all, it depends on the situation, but that corner lot, is gonna be stranded if the neighbor behind them is not an STR.
I agree.
I mean, I drew it out on my little scale here. So, is that one stranded? Yes, it is. But it has only one abutting, property line.
So it could say 2 or more for an interior lot and one for a corner.
Where's Jason?
He's had to recuse himself.
Oh, okay. I think that might be more appropriate.
For those that don't understand what we're doing, the reason we're, in my opinion, the reason we have this is if you're surrounded or you have STRs on 2 or more of your property lines and you want to sell, you would have an opportunity to sell to an STR operator. STR unoccupied. Or there's been some arguments that the value of your property would be less if it's not an STR. So that was where this discussion came.
I think to make it fit more balanced and more balanced.
I'll just point out that is an or, it's not an and for those bullet points.
I know, that's what,
I think there should be something to address that unique corner.
Well, that's the one.
Okay.
Shouldn't we, so we change that to 1 property line for a corner lot? 2 property lines for interior lots and one property line for a corner lot? Would that satisfy it? And then are we doing away with 50% or keeping 50%?
I guess the question I have on that is, this side of the street becomes STR, so then in the street, the houses across on the other side have an opportunity to become STRs?
Those are not.
Or is it just that one side? That's what I want to understand.
If you use the term abutting, that's defined as sharing a common lot line. So across the street would not count as abutting.
What about adjacent?
I mean, I think we still need to, we would need to define it or clarify that issue. There's adjacent used several times in the draft and P&T recommendation, which I agree with, is to make those all abutting.
Yes.
As opposed to, because abutting is defined in the zoning ordinance as sharing a common lot line.
So in practice then, as I think they pointed out, the house across the street, even though this side becomes all STRs, and I can see where they're coming from, well, it abuts, and boom, 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 down the road you come. But the other side, at the one STR, wouldn't be under the cover situation. Okay, it would not, since it's not abutting to an additional short-term rental. Okay.
To me, I just don't see, if you have one STR next door to you, I don't see you as stranded. Every example that we looked at, it was a block that had multiple STRs, and I mean, we looked at various locations, and there was one house that was truly surrounded by STRs. That's the exception that I brought up. Just because you have a STR next door doesn't mean you're stranded. To me, that just opens the door, especially, and we're talking about R1, that just opens, that doesn't close any doors. It just leaves the door open.
One STR on a block If there's only one STR on a block, there are no stranded cars.
But we're opening up to the corner lot.
If it has an abutting SDR.
If the STR is on the second lot of a corner, then that corner is abutting. But you couldn't move, it couldn't go any farther. It couldn't go any farther, let's say east.
Right.
Because there'd only be one lot line.
Unless it's on the back. Mike Mahoney, what he had there, the example that he put up there. You know, you could have two abutting, if you have one on the backside and one on the other side. You could have two. I just don't want to get away from opening it up to Sunday morning. I should have gone to church because here a guy calls me up and he said, "Oh, do you still own your property at 710 Cross Mountain Drive? Do you want to sell it?" I said, "Hell no, I'm not going to sell it. I know exactly where it's going. Do you have any other property?" I said, "No, fine."
Jerry,
You know,
let's stay on task.
Okay, well, I'm getting to here on this here. Are we getting away from what we're here? R1, limiting the STR. This is what I'm.
Okay, so that's what this whole discussion is about. It's not about R2, it's not about R3, it's not about neighborhood commercial, it's only about R1.
Well, right now, that's where we are. We're in section R.
That's where we're at. We get past this hurdle, I think we'll be. But I just want to see some of the, I want to see the neighborhoods. That little Miss Heartline, I liked her tone.
So, Bobby,
Good, Bobby.
Go ahead. If we had, do an example, wish I had Mike's chart, but I know. But if you live on the corner, you have a STR right next to you. So never mind. I just answered the question.
so what do you recommend?
Where I was going with that, if you sold it, then the guy on the other corner, but he wouldn't be able to sell because he only has one STR abutting, so.
Okay.
So you're good with one line for a corner and two lot lines for interior?
Yes.
You want two lot?
And did we want to change the language? Or were we talking about changing the language from or to and?
No, we're eliminating the 50%.
Okay.
Yeah.
This guy gets it. Okay. And he's got a corner there, so this guy. Here's the existing STR.
Right.
Here's the corner.
Right.
One adjacent line here. Then
Yeah.
this corner can get it too because he's got an adjacent line there.
So then the next guy.
This guy here can't because he had, well, yeah, then
Yeah,
this
he
guy,
can.
this guy can
He's
because he
abutted
had
to
this
two.
one and this one.
Yeah.
He's abutted to two.
So an option there would be to say that if you see the language there, it says that an STR B and B and an accessory unit are not included in the calculation. You could also say or CUP, right? So that this one that you're going to allow by this CUP is not adding to the next guy down the line.
I didn't understand what you said. Listen, your microphone isn't.
Sorry. So the language on the first bullet point, right? If two or more are
Right.
lawfully permitted STR unoccupied, it is saying that STR B and B and STR accessory are not counting towards that, right? So you could also clarify that this CUP that you might allow is not going to count towards the next one, right? So you could add that language
Okay.
about the CUP not counting towards the next guy, the domino effect.
That helps.
Yes. So that would limit anybody else. This would limit.
That's correct.
Right. This one.
I'd be in favor of that.
Good comment, thank you.
Okay, so I'm most probably saying something at the wrong time in the wrong place. But anyway, Daniel, did you ever look into that, one transfer only?
Let's wait till we get to that.
That's not there yet?
We'll get to there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Anna, what
1
was,
o'clock?
you're suggesting there was
Okay, tell me
non-tran-
when.
non-transferability, or no, a cup would not count for a cup?
Correct. A cup would not count towards the, just like the STR, B and B and accessory are not included in the calculation, that a cup also would not be included in the next calculation for the next guy.
So are you clear on how we want it written?
So are we doing away with 50, we're doing away with the 50%?
Yes.
But we're not doing away with the two.
Nope. And one.
And non-foreign.
So do we want to pass this tonight? Or approve it tonight?
Was there anything else?
Anything else?
That was the only thing I had on R1.
You think we should make a
Dan, do
motion?
we need to make a motion on that?
I know this is about stranded properties, but if you're on a block that's already got 50%,
We should vote on this.
Yeah, I'd like to see some percentage.
I think we need to raise the percentage, but I think there needs to be a percentage.
I think that would be a huge mistake.
Well, that's why we vote.
That's right.
I'd put 70, somewhat easy. At 75%, the block is basically.
Transition. But, so, I'll make a motion.
Well, let's talk about 75%.
I know.
What?
No,
75%. Doable number.
I think that would be, I could not go along with 75%. That just adds the same problem we have with 50%.
No, it doesn't, because you have to have more, there have to be more there to begin with for houses to get to.
So if you have 75%, then.
Then that block is already transitioned, it's already transitioned into an STR.
So you're willing to give away a block just because
It's
you
already
insist upon
gone.
it? I mean, it's not a donut hole or last man standing or a stranded house. If you're gonna do a percentage and then the rest of the block can go. Because it says or.
I know people are wanting to move out of their house because they got too many STRs. Right. What language we need to put in there to slow down some of this STR purchasing? Not already there, purchasing.
I think the first paragraph would do it.
What percentage do we have to have in there to do that?
We don't have to have any percent, but we can do it by lot lines.
To do it?
Yeah.
Whether
It's
there
either
are
or. It's either or.
They would have to have two abutting properties.
Remember, this is just the eligibility to apply for a CUP. Doesn't mean that you get the CUP, you still have to go through the process.
And then you have to go through a
Yeah, the approval process, and that's where you can put restrictions on.
You have to do that either way, whether you have percentages.
And there's no guarantee that when you apply for it,
Right.
There's no guarantee you're not going to get it.
No. Two things in life is guaranteed.
get death and taxes.
So even if you had 75% in there and you had two abutting properties, it could go.
Yeah.
Huh?
Except the big one, there's four. It's two abutting in one corner or 70. No.
So then we change it.
But it doesn't matter what the percentage is, if two are budding,
Two abutting.
you still have the opportunity.
So I'd say we eliminate the 50% because it causes more problems than it solves, and we stick with what we just said. Two property lines for interior lot, one for corner lot, abutting a lawfully permitted STR, B&B, and accessory.
I like that, but I'm still in favor of the 75%. If I can get two other council members to concur on that, we may just make.
Well, I'll make a motion that we adopt the section 3.100. Under the CUP process, we accept the criteria for applying as if two or more interior properties or property lines or one corner property line abut a lawfully permitted STR unoccupied. STR, B&B, and STR accessory are not included in this calculation, and we delete any percentage.
Second.
Yeah, we have a motion by Kathy, a second by Jerry. All those in favor?
You want to
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I think it's too late. We had 3 votes. Is that correct? Opposed? No. Okay, motion carries 3-2. All right. Over that one.
So in R2, unoccupied STRs are legal by right
all over
except
in the store.
in the historic district, which will
Yes,
go
yes.
through a CUP process.
Yes, sir. Very
Okay.
similar to what we do in the historic shopping district now.
Okay. I'm good with that.
I have one question about density. On page 27 of the ordinance, it seems like, and page 28, that we should somehow have an ending point. Because you talk about square footage, lot square footage for different size houses. But it seems like the more square footage, the more bedrooms you have, the more people you have, and there's no limit. And this is kind of generally true through the ordinance, but in the commercial areas, you have a limit of 8 per.
So in all areas, we have the limit for 8. That's in the definition section.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, so for any STR. Once you go over 8 on a property, you then become a hotel. So that's the distinction there between commercial and residential. But in either district, if you are talking about a STR compound or STR, you will have a cap on your number of bedrooms still prevails, 2 per bedroom plus 2 guests. The density is more in relation to the number of units that you have. So if you have 8 units and they're all 1 bedrooms, you would need 8,000 square foot property. If you have 8 units and they're all 4 bedrooms, then you would need 48,000 square foot property. So there is some play. And plus, the more you get, the more parking you have, the more impervious
Right,
cover.
more partying, yeah.
The goal is to have these developed very similar to an apartment complex as far as densities go, in case they use transitions in the future. Someone gets out of the STR business and says, I want to provide residential housing for all my employees. I'm going to buy this STR and let them all live there. So that's the thought process.
So how would that relate to the house that's behind Maggie Payne's house that can house 20 people? And
so under the current regs, you get two per bedroom plus 2 guests with a max of 12, regardless of if you have a 12-bedroom house.
Okay.
And that's in section 4,
Okay.
601. The density in this, the only time we limit it is in the historic district, and that's where we have the most issues with density in our development.
Isn't Ms.
So
Maggie Payne,
that house.
didn't she live in an R1 zone?
Who?
Ms. Payne that was talking about the large party house?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about R2.
Right. So again, the STR ordinance is just going to say 2 per bedroom plus 2 guests per structure. Now you can have more structures on that lot and your parking requirements go up. And then once you get over 8 structures, you're now a hotel. So R2, we don't allow hotels. We wouldn't allow that. And that's why you'll notice the only other difference in the facilities is they're only allowed next to commercial and R2, because again, the state, that was something that was mentioned earlier. The state says, Texas Department of Licensing and Registration says, when you have multiple STRs on site, this is a place of lodging. And they make you do the ADA requirements.
So if I understood you, in R2, there's a limit of 8 occupants.
No, 8 structures.
Oh, 8 structures.
Only adjacent to commercial. Outside of that, the middle of an R2 area is only going to be the 1 structure with 12 guests max.
Well,
or 2 per bedroom.
Why
Plus
is
2
that
guests.
more than in commercial?
It's not. It's the same as commercial. I'm talking occupancy versus units. There's 12 occupants in the home. You can have 8 units on a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking.
Right. So I got confused because we were going there. So just to recap, STRs unoccupied. The 1 home in any R2 is allowed by right, with a max of 12 guests, regardless. It's 2 per bedroom plus 2. Now there's a cap on bedrooms.
So it'd have to be a 5-bedroom house to get a maximum occupancy of 12.
Yes.
Okay. And there's not many.
If it was 6, you only got 12. If it was 2, you get 4 plus 2. So there is a ratio.
But you could take a 2-bedroom and add on in R2 and make it a 5-bedroom.
Yes.
Or a 6-bedroom.
Yes. You can make it a 10-bedroom, you still get 12.
Okay.
So how many STRs can I build on my 1 acre? Since I'm the only one up here that lives in R2.
On your 1 acre, depending on your layout, your max is 8.
My max is 8. And okay, within each of those 8 units, how many people could I sleep?
A max of 12, depending on your size.
Okay, a max of 12 in each unit.
Yes.
Okay.
So example, the 514 West San Antonio that had been before this board, a big house up at the front with 3 casitas that was 1 bedrooms. Each one of those units would only get 4 because they would be 2 per bedroom plus 2 guests. They don't get the automatic 12 because the 12 is the function of number of bedrooms. So
that's an R2.
Yes, sir.
So the example of a STR complex is a hotel is Cabernet Grill. Ross has more than 8 buildings out there. So that is a hotel.
Right. Okay. The issue that I think we need to be cognizant of is that R2 is designed as a multifamily district. It's also designed to be higher density. So STRs are allowed. And
so what this ordinance will do will require that the STR facilities, the big areas that can be problematic, go adjacent to commercial where it's more appropriate. And then on the entered areas, landowners would have the ability to decide for themselves, do I want to do one short-term rental? Or do I want to do a small apartment, fourplex, townhomes? I mean, they have some, it would incentivize some more long-term product versus short-term product.
Are we good with that one? Okay, it's your motion.
I move that we approve section 3.110 R2 mixed residential as presented.
Have a motion by Tom,
Second.
second by Jerry. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, there is none, motion carries 5-0.
So R3 multifamily, this was, I believe, a section that P and Z recommended approval unanimously. In this section, we allow all short-term rentals by right in that R3 zoning district. Again, R3 is our highest density zoning district we allow for.
I move that we approve as presented.
Second.
Have a motion by Tom and a second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, there is none, motion carries 5-0.
C1 neighborhood.
Yes, so C1 neighborhood, again, all short-term rentals allowed by right. We also did include allow corporate housing in this one, so that was an instance where we had that different type that would be allowed in the commercials. P and Z recommended approval as presented.
Any questions? There being none, entertain a motion.
I move to approve
Second.
3.2 neighborhood commercial.
Have a motion by Jerry and a second by Kathy. Any further discussion?
Second. Aye.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, there is none. Question.
It's only 9:30.
No.
Okay. Next one, C 1.5.
Allows short-term rentals, all types by right. And this was recommended approval as presented by P and Z.
Any questions on this one, folks? None?
I move we approve.
Second.
Did you already say it?
We have a motion by Kathy,
Second.
second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There is none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, there is none. Motion carries 5-0. C2.
So C2 is our heaviest commercial zoning district. Again, we're going to allow all short-term rentals by right. Anything over 8 units would be a hotel. They would not have to permit, not go through the STR process, and they can develop the hotel standards in that zoning district. P and Z recommended approval as presented.
Any questions, concerns?
I move to approve 3.210.
Have a
Second.
C2
Motion by
commercial.
Bobby, a second by Tom. Any further discussion? There is none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Central Business District.
Central Business District is another intense zoning district that we have, and probably the most appropriate place for short-term rentals within the city. P and Z recommended approval as presented, allowing all STR types by right CBD.
So what about is this, we've had all the first floor issues?
We still do under that section because it's an overlay. Again, that section is an overlay is a little different. It doesn't match up with the CBD. I would expect our next kind of point is to discuss that during the comp plan and make sure our overlays are matching with our zoning districts. So that's the only kind of wonky thing about that.
All right, I move to approve section 3.220.
Second.
Have a motion by Tom, second by Kathy. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, there is none. Motion carried 5-0.
P and Z recommended approval of the historic overlay district as presented. We actually deleted the land use chart in that because the base zoning will determine what land uses are allowed. So this was actually in direct conflict with our zoning code. So this is more of a housekeeping cleanup matter.
Any questions, concerns?
And the planning, the Historic Review Board has more discretion in density, in limiting density, or Anna, what do you think?
It's gonna be pretty limited at this point because you only get one structure per 5,000
Okay.
square feet a lot. But they do have,
They have that. My biggest fear is over, is having this, because this is R2 in the historic, there is R2 in the historic district.
yes, and that's what this specific reg in that R2 was written for, was because we
Was to
knew
reduce density.
in the historic district.
Okay,
yes.
will this reduce density in the historic?
The R2 section will, this one will not. This is really just getting rid of, we had a separate land use chart in there that allowed things, like, gas stations in the historic
Hey.
district. Sorry, Charlie. Even if the zoning was R1. So that's why we deleted that. We'll still fall to the base zone.
Unless you're the largest oil company in the world.
Was. Okay, any further discussion on this one? Council, concern? If not,
Move to approve section 3.500 historic overlay.
Second.
have a motion by Tom, second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Historic shopping overlay district, again, we're still gonna keep the CUP process in this district, again, just so we can be consistent with what we've been doing until we have a chance to reanalyze that overlay district, because there are some discrepancies with the base zone.
Any concerns, questions?
Move to approve 3.510.
Second.
I have a motion by Bobby and a second by Tom. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Okay, MU1.
MU, this one is mixed use infill. This is a new zoning district that came out of the necessity from the comp plan. This is gonna allow all STRs by right. The only one being, the short-term condominiums in all these next zoning districts. STR condos are all gonna be CUPs because our condo regimes just get into a whole another regulatory issue that we need to take a look at. So P and Z recommended approval, as presented.
Questions, concerns?
I move to approve section 3.8.
I have a motion by Jerry,
Second.
second by Bobby. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, there is none, motion carries 5-0.
Mixed use two, section 3.810. This is our corridor section. We are going to allow all STRs by right, except for the STR condominium, same reasons. This zoning district does require a little bit more parking in the rear because they are for our entry corridor. So P and Z recommended approval as presented.
Any concerns or questions?
Move we approve section 3.810.
Have a motion by Tom. Second by Kathy. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, opposed, motion carries 5-0.
Section 4.400, general description of residential use types. Staff originally had recommended to delete this section because we have all these definitions in our definition section. So if we ever tweak one, we don't tweak it here, get us in trouble. P and Z recommended approval of deleting that section as presented. And so staff's recommendation would be to do the same or leave it. This one's not a real major driver.
Move to delete section 4.400.
Second.
Have a motion by Jerry, second by Bobby. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none, motion carries 5-0.
Point 6.110 continue, or, I'm sorry, 5.400. Do y'all want to keep going with the, by order, or do y'all want to go just with the one?
Let's go by order.
By order? Okay, let me,
If you don't mind.
change tack again. So 5.400, conditional use permit, this was the section, P and Z recommended approval to, let me make sure I'm looking at the right one, sorry. This was the one P and Z recommended, that we delete all the added language. This was what we were gonna duplicate in another section. So this was the criteria, review and evaluation criteria. We added it from our site plan to this section, also included in another section on conditional use permits as a duplicate because we had.
So all the language in blue and red and yellow highlight deleted.
Yep, they just wanted to leave that section alone. They felt we didn't need to add all of that to it.
So the only thing that's going to stay in there is what's in black?
Is that paragraph?
Yes, so that is the proposed amendment. You could, I would say your motion would be, to deny the requested change or to approve the deletion as P and Z recommendation. So it's a little weird one.
Basically, you would make no change to that section. If you want to leave it as is, which is just that first paragraph.
That first paragraph.
Right. So you could make a motion either to make no changes to section 5.4 as it exists currently, or you could make a motion to delete everything that's been added. That's what P and Z recommended, and that's how it was presented to them.
Let's do that.
Motion gets rid
All right.
I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation of P and Z concerning section 5.400 conditional use.
Give a motion by Tom, do you hear a second?
Second.
Second by Bobby. Just to be clarified, someone up here is color ignorant, color, challenged, so when you say colors, I have to get verification, so what's staying in there is just black.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Just that first
Thank you.
paragraph.
Bobby did give me that information, but I wanted to get it verified.
I'll be here for you, Charlie.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the table. Any further discussion? There is none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0.
So this one is probably going to be the next, the trickiest section for us to go through. There's a lot in there. I would like to remind council that majority of this language was pulled from our existing short-term rental ordinance. I know there's been some discussion on the big ticket items, ADA requirements. I do want to reiterate that this is not retroactive. If you have an existing house and it's an STR, you don't need to bring it up. If you're doing a short-term rental and occupied, or B&B or converting something in your house, it is not required to be ADA accessible. The only time the state requires that is when you have multiple STRs on the same lot. At that point, they classify it as a place of lodging. It brings that in. So to clarify that, so really on this section, the three biggest issues were the cleanup. Section 10C was modified, or they said modified to allow inspections for only complaints regarding occupancy and life safety. Again, staff recommends approval as presented. P&Z did recommend house rules be cleaned up. Again, at this point, because of the house rules and how they operate, and we already have regulations in the code that require them to post signage and do all the things that those house rules would say, staff would be comfortable just deleting that section in its entirety. It should not have any effect on the ordinance, outside of not doing anything, as much as we can for neighbors. But from a noise standpoint, we still have those tools in our toolbox.
All the things that we want posted, are they in one location? I know you said they're in the ordinance, but are they throughout the ordinance?
So yes, on the permitting section, under 11, the general operational requirements, it does say the owner shall post the following information: unique short-term rental number, operator name, local contact person, on-site and off-site parking spaces, where they must go, occupancy limit, disposal of garbage and handling, notifications of guests responsible for compliance with all applicable laws, rules, and regulations. And then we cite the lighting ordinance in this section, we cite the noise ordinance in this section, and again, they're in other sections. So it'll be the requirement of the STR owner to, usually there's a packet that they get and say, hey, here's the Wi-Fi password, and you turn the page, and here's the city's quiet hours in R1, and here's the city's quiet hours.
Okay, as long as we're giving them all the information. I've never seen one of those packets, so I don't know what's in it, so.
We
probably should
require it.
ask.
That's probably something we'll want to do from a staff standpoint is as they get those applications, have here, all the sections of code you need to put into your deal. So that was one thing that staff would feel comfortable losing if again, we don't want to get hung up on a section of code that's kind of redundant.
But the one thing that I would say is if we were to do something like house rules, it needs to be in this document and not rely on the STR Alliance, because not everyone's a member of STR Alliance.
Well, that's what the goal of this was in my conversation, and I don't want to say with the STR Alliance as a whole, but with STR members of the Alliance. A lot of people that I talked to about this were very favorable to it. They thought it kind of created a fair playing field for all of the STRs as a community, which hopefully would bring them all under kind of the umbrella of the city. But I think, obviously there's some concern with that and with that language. Some owners felt that it would give them the teeth that if they needed to kick out a guest, they could. It would also give us, the city, say, hey, you were required to put these house rules and you didn't. Now people are violating them and there's nothing you can do. Like I said, I think from a regulatory stance, our zoning code gives us the fines and the structures to address bad behavior. I think that helps. Honestly, it helped probably the Alliance. I mean, if they all adopted it, would help them probably a little bit more than would help us. But
And I know, Daniel, you had some concerns with the house rules. Is your concern with how it's stated or posting them?
It's, so some of them raise constitutional concerns on gatherings of people. If it's a peaceable gathering, that we can't restrict that. And so I feel like potentially the first house rule and the last house rule are close to that line. So that was one of my concerns. And then some other concerns I had for example, the quiet hours. It references a time in there, but those are different for different zoning districts. And so, same thing with the lights and some of that. So it's not, I guess, what's set forth in here right now, in addition to the constitutional issues, is not 100% accurate. I don't think it wouldn't apply to everybody. So we would have to figure out a way to draft it where it's, fits all the different zoning districts where these may be. Generally, I'm not a proponent of them. I feel they're kind of redundant and they cover things that are already. I mean, I understand the purpose of it for clarity purposes of conveying the information, but I feel like there's some conflict between what's in those house rules and our other ordinances that are already in place.
Are you recommending deleting B in its entirety?
That's my recommendation. I mean, from a legal standpoint, I feel like it does way more potential harm than it helps.
And delete B.
But if I'm going to rent a STR, I don't know how many people look at them anyway, but if they're posted, something's posted that says, okay, and it might be up to the STR owner to find out, okay, if I'm in R2, these are the quiet hours. If I'm in R1, these are the quiet hours. But I'd like to have something posted. I doubt people read the packet that's, given to them when they pick my key, or it's at the house, or however it's operating. But if something's posted, at least it's there and they can see it. That's my only point. And it gives them a little bit more leverage, and it gives us a little more leverage, I would think.
If I remember correctly, planning and zoning's recommendation was to keep the house rules, but have me try to edit them in a way that I think would withstand, scrutiny.
Okay.
From a legal standpoint. And so that's another option you would have, would be if the council's inclined to retain those, we can work on redrafting them in a way that I can recommend approval for, that council can live with.
I'm inclined.
Then you could you could create it. There, we might have house rules for STRs in R1, and then in every zoning district, they might have different house rule or modified house rule.
Yeah, I think I can do it in a way that's as concise as possible and try to address all those different scenarios.
Okay. I'd be in favor of that.
I agree.
Also, I have a concern about under external lighting. All external lighting shall be shielded from adjoining properties. Is that in our current ordinance?
Where are you?
It's my page 77.
What number?
Oh, it's 54015.
Oh, okay. Here it is.
Here it is,
It's
number 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Our current lighting ordinance does require that those be shielded from view. So if you have those and they're in a garage and people don't see them, they don't need to be shielded. Or if they're out displayed, they have to be shielded. The question comes into, well, if I shield it and put it 20 feet in the air, it's still, the way the light ordinance is written, it says prohibits direct light trespass. So we kind of struggle with that a little bit on how we enforce it, just because every situation is different.
How does that affect string lights?
So the string
For lack
lights,
of a better term to use.
yeah, the super popular lights that everyone has, so they have to be shielded as well. You can buy little bags of those based on your size, and they clip right on and they cover your light. So you can hang those in your backyard. It's just really about preventing that light trespassing glare. They need to be downward facing. So we can still allow the string lights. They just need to be covered.
Now, does this light ordinance go towards any resident in Fredericksburg?
Yes.
Every resident.
Yes. So we are slowly starting to do a light campaign. We have a lot of work to do downtown. Main Street is going to be our first focus, and we'll work with the Alliance to get that messaging out. I think most people are clear, and then to the homeowner. So
I thought it was, the main concern was dark sky. So it would be shielded where the light goes down.
yes.
I didn't realize it was also sideways.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that on new developments or remodels that are going on now? Could they be shielded too?
Yes, so technically, everything that is under new construction, when we permit it, we go and inspect the full cutoff fixtures, and that's what's required. So if you're talking your front porch light, it's got to be a full cutoff fixture.
So somebody that has already converted another one to has remodeled a house and looks like they're about ready to move into. I mean, when they got their lights on, all of them over there, I mean, I don't need a night light bathroom.
That's been the issue. We inspect them, and I can tell you from experience, going on an inspection, we're inspecting the full cutoff fixture that's installed and working properly, and the replacement is right on the ground next to it, and they're just waiting for us to leave because that's the one that matches their house. And so we have to constantly go back with that. This ordinance, probably one of my lighting ordinance, probably one of my least favorite in our code, and I'd like to get that tweaked a little bit because there's a lot going on in there. But generally, any new construction, it has to meet that ordinance. Any remodels has to meet that ordinance. And all existing homes have until 2029 to bring their homes into compliance.
Okay, that would be up to dark skies, our dark sky compliant ordinance.
Yes, sir.
2029.
Yes, that's the kind of cutoff day where everybody has. So don't wait until 2028, just FYI.
So if we've been inspecting STRs and that have string lights and we haven't made them shield them, then that's on us.
That is on us, yes. Generally, though, we have not been inspecting STRs for string lights. When we see them, we try and catch them. A lot of times we get the STRs and they're not fully complete. They have the beds and the fire pit may not be out. So that's something else we struggle with on where we're going. Most of the string lights, most of the people that we contact, once they're made aware of it, they generally have compliant. I don't know that we have any issues where someone's really fighting.
Are string lights allowed in commercial?
No, sir. No, sir. We've had conversations with several of our more egregious offenders on Main Street. And again, that's a constant PR battle that we're
Because
not.
the
we're not-
outdoor dining that's being developed in the city, that you're seeing a lot. more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, we didn't want to go and just start hammering people with tickets, so Ray's
No, of
working
course
on
not.
slowly, trying to bring everybody up. I know he's did some stakes and some short-term rentals, some residents, just kind of we're doing a grid system where we go through neighborhoods. There was no fine associated with, just FYI, here's the lights, here's the ordinance, kind of, we're gonna do that probably for the next 60 days before we start kind of following up.
Yeah, this is digging into the weeds. What about Christmas lights?
They're exempt under our holiday
Okay,
lights.
'cause I
and
think
things. Yes,
that's
sir.
one of the
We're
concerns.
not total
Well, now
Scrooge
can't
in
put up
development
Christmas lights.
services, yes.
County and Santa Claus.
And if they look in the ordinance, are there examples of what the shields look like?
Yes, sir. There's examples of every type, string lights, halogen lights up underneath, how we do. I mean, there's probably, want to say on that 15, 20 examples of different types of lights you can see.
Okay.
It is a confusing ordinance, and we do have to work with individuals on that.
So there was a comment saying, okay, what I'm understanding, put the hood on it, and the neighbors in the back door, they can still see the light.
They might
That
be able
wouldn't
to
be a
see.
light violation. Then, would
They
it?
might be able to see some light, but generally, unless it's an exposed bulb that we see, we generally, like I said, you shield it and you put it 20 feet in the air, it's shielded, but it's not meeting the intent of the ordinance. So that's where vice versa, they could probably lower it, and it could still have a top cover, but not all the way on the side, and that could be ordinance too.
Are the overlights grandfathered in or?
Until 2029.
That'd be an interesting council meeting.
Yeah. You'll have fun.
I feel we'll address that ordinance prior to 2029.
I would hope so.
Not anytime soon, I hope.
The other section that I have is, the waste. Section 8,
Number 8.
trash and solid waste. Let's go to 6 occupants, 1 can per 6. One's 96-gallon can per 6 occupants.
Yeah. 78.
Where are you at?
So, top,
Next
Yeah.
page here.
6 occupants. I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with it unless we find out it's gonna be a problem.
Well, we can
then
always
can
modify,
alter
right?
it.
Yeah.
Well, I see some cans out in the street, and I mean, you couldn't stuff a bird. And if it's, right now, is it what? 1 to 4?
Yes.
You don't know, Randy?
You're asking me? I thought you were asking me.
Well, I'm asking you.
We were asking for 1 to 6.
But what is it right now, 1 to 4?
Yeah.
1 to 4? I would say keep it at 1 to 4.
I'd say go 1 to 6.
There is no current regulation on trash. That's what you're asking. You mean existing today, applying to current STRs, there is no trash can
There
required.
is none?
They can strew it across the front lawn if they want.
That's incorrect.
Well,
Thank
if they
you.
want to, they can get fined.
That's true also.
Okay. Very good. All
So
right.
one 96-gallon per 6 occupants.
And that's the largest container, correct?
Yes, sir. So the next section, the next P and Z recommended was they wanted me to identify those sections that would be retroactive.
What about signs? Where's signs in here?
Signs is going to be number 2.
108 or 76.
Then, okay, right now, are signs allowed on a post in the front yard?
No, sir.
Okay, then why do we still, I
Well,
reported one, and this was a month ago, it's still there.
so some of the signs, our sign code is based on our zoning. So depending on the zoning, could be a sign allowed.
Okay.
So what we're saying that's why I kind of clarified, all signs must comply with the city sign ordinance.
Okay.
So if you're in C1, you get signage.
Right.
If you're in R1, That's really where we've been having the issues. We say, you will give you a sign similar to a residential nameplate, 2 square feet up on the house, or whether it says,
Has to be attached.
whether it says Tom's house or
Throw trash here.
or the Tom's house, either one would be allowed. So
And it
again,
has to be attached to the building.
does have to be attached to the building. The thought process was we don't want to do pole signs in a residential neighborhood to start making it.
What about rock signs, ground signs?
We have attached to the building, so if you wanna allow it on rock signs, then you would have to do that. And as long as that rock sign is not in the right of way, we'll be okay.
How about, 10E there, permit may be transferred to the new owner.
So,
Now, you go back to, Kathy, you looked it up as 2018,
The old,
the ordinance,
the current, STR.
the current ordinance is short-term rental permit issued under this article shall be valid for a period of 1 calendar year from the date of issuance. The short-term rental permit shall expire immediately upon change in ownership of the short-term rental unit.
so a couple of things on this to keep in mind. Short-term rental permits can end. However, the short-term rental use has been established. So those are two different things. The best example I can give you is a bar or nightclub. They may lose their liquor license, but they still have the land use established. So that's why we're proposing to allow the STR permits to, I don't want to say transfer because you have to get a new one when you change ownership. But because this is an established use, if you're in a allowed zoning district, there's no issue because that use continues. This is really going to be for R1 or R2 where you have a non-conforming use. So since state law does allow those uses to continue, we would allow it to continue, but they would have to get a new permit. So that's a little, just to clarify.
Okay, I'd like even more clarification then, because an SDR in a residential zone, I don't see how you could have that to be a continuing use when it's not zoned for continuing use as an SDR. So I would suggest that we can do it legally. That we go back to the original, the existing ordinance and pretty much use those except expand it a little, just have the permit expire in R1 and R2 upon sale or transfer of the property, but all other zoning districts, it can transfer with the property.
That'll be a policy decision on this, on board's sake. If y'all want us to do that, then we can look into that.
I'm not in favor of
The
that.
permit might expire, but the use still exists.
So-
And so the person that has the use could apply for a new permit.
Right, so the permit expires when you change hands.
Right.
And the new owner now has 10 days to update that application and fee.
So
Where this will come into play is if someone doesn't contact us within those 10 days, we show that use is expired. And if they are renting, once they hit 90 days, they don't have a valid permit, then that use goes away. Because technically, you don't have a valid permit, so you haven't been operating legally.
But if I sell my unoccupied STR and it has a valid permit, and the person who buys my unoccupied STR wants to operate it as an unoccupied STR, they will be allowed to do so.
Right. I would just caution the buyer to verify that the
That
seller
they-
has sold, because they could have a valid permit because we don't know they're not operating
Right,
until we
so
do
they need
quarterly
to-
reports.
So caveat emptor, the buyer beware, make sure that you notify the city and you file your hotel occupancy tax report and collect any taxes. Because I think the intent here is with, I think the intent is to have a non-transference of permits which would allow for the decrease in the number of permitted STRs in an R1 zone. That's what it sounds like. This is what this is.
Seems to me then that R1, which we define as by right, a single family residential detached or short-term rental accessory with STR permit and adherence to 5.401, which means the owner has to live there, short-term rental B&B with an STR permit. That doesn't anticipate an eternal unoccupied usage.
No, I mean, you still have to have an STR permit to operate one, whether you're operating under the current rules or the old rules, depending on when you got that permit.
I'm just talking about the usage right now. Daniel, do you have?
But section we would want to address this is in the section that talks about the continuance of a non-conforming use. And in there, as written, which it's not STR specific, it's zoning reg. It allows, indefinite continuous use of a non-conforming use provided in residential zones, provided you don't have interruption of greater than 90 days. So if you're talking about somehow limiting that or limiting transfer, so as written, the city allows that to transfer to a subsequent owner. You had a barbershop, you sold it as non-conforming use, the new owner would be able to continue that use, assuming they didn't have an interruption in time or an interruption of operation of that use that exceeded what's allowed by the stat or by the ordinance.
That's what you're proposing. That's not what exists right
Our current code allows non-residential uses to continue as a non-conforming use for a period of up to indefinitely, unless they voluntarily cease operations for a period of 180 days.
Then it goes away.
And it goes away. Residential non-conforming uses are allowed to continue, provided that the owner does not voluntarily cease use for a period of 90 days. So there's a little difference between commercial and residential. But the current code allows both to continue.
And the unoccupied needs to come in and get it within 10 days.
Right. And that's just to give enough time for ownership and, because again, the business model of these is they're booked months out. So when they change, that's usually our big request from people is, hey, my permit's invalid the day I closed and I don't have enough time to get one in. And so, we thought we need to build something in because this is just a transfer of a property like any other business that we see.
Just like your electric bill.
And they'll get those turned over immediately anyways, because they have to get the utilities turned on. So we felt like if you're coming to City Hall to switch over utilities, you can stop by and see Shelby and update your forms.
I'd like to see us go back to the language of the existing ordinance, but limiting it to R1 and R2 properties where the short-term rental permit does not transfer on sale.
That the consensus of the board?
That's not what we've been talking about.
No.
And, we've been talking about grandfathering the existing. I'm not saying I like it, but that's what we've been talking about. And
That's been the basis of our discussion.
yeah, that's what we've been talking about.
Time.
The existing unoccupied STRs in R1
Have the right to continue.
would continue until the new ordinance is passed.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the old ordinance being in existence. I'm lifting the language from the old ordinance and modifying it a little bit in the new ordinance.
So what you're saying is that an existing STR unoccupied in R1, if they sell the property, then the permit does not transfer.
Does the use not transfer either? Is that what you're saying? Does the use as an unoccupied? No, because the permit's tied up with the use.
So I do want to clarify right now, the current ordinance does say the permit does not transfer. you have to come get a new permit. So
That's
there
correct.
is a new permit. So if I misled
Kathy, are
you.
you saying once it sells, it's OVER for that short-term rental? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
That's fine.
Tell me, is
Right,
that,
but if the state law doesn't allow us to do that, then I would say permit does not transfer, say, in R1 and R2. I encourage it to transfer in the commercial areas, other areas.
We wouldn't transfer any permit
No,
because
the
we have
permit
too much
doesn't transfer.
information, contact local. So technically, anytime a permit is changed hands or a building has changed hands, or we will issue a new permit just because we have to do that for our.
But
our
you say in
documentation.
E that generally SDR permits may be transferred to a new owner, say.
That was my kind of language to try and, I didn't want to say it's guaranteed to get a new permit. If we need to wordsmith that a little bit, I'm fine, but that's been the biggest concern is people come in and say, hey, I'm buying this STR, they have a valid permit, am I guaranteed one? I cannot say no because I don't know, A, what that owner did from the time he got the permit to the time he sold it. He could have brought the whole thing out of compliance, it would never pass. Or he kept it in compliance and the new owner has come in and made changes that brings it out of compliance. So I don't want the language to just say that, yes, permits transfer. Technically, you need a new one when you get there, but for the general folks is generally they transfer unless you're bringing something out of compliance. That's, Daniel will probably have to help me with some of that language, but we were trying to clarify that because that's probably the biggest single question we get in our office.
And that's, my point is, that's what we've been talking about. My preference leans towards Kathy. In R1, my preference would be not to have any SDRs in R1, but we do. And to be fair, I think the unoccupied STRs in R1 before this new ordinance need to be grandfathered.
Yes, and that was kind of the intention from the city, because, I mean, from a staff perspective was, our code allows grandfathering, state law allows grandfathering. Like I said, right, wrong, or indifferent, when we changed the code in 2013 to allow unoccupied short-term rentals in R1, those people that purchased and subsequently have done their business have been doing so in accordance with what was allowed by law. And so from day one, we said, that's just not something we're not putting a sunset provision. If council wants to direct me to do that, I will gladly do that.
So we are not sunsetting existing unoccupied R1, unoccupied B&B or SDR in R1. And if they're legally operating, and I buy Randy Briley's STR tomorrow and I make no changes to it, I just change the deed from him to me, I can still operate it as an STR.
Assuming he's up to code.
Assuming that he's up to code and I haven't made any changes that would cause me to fall under the new STR ordinance.
And so forth and so on. Now, can you compromise and do like a one transfer that any person buying it, they would know that they would be able to get the permit? But then the next, Daniel, we talked about this today. And then after that transfer, if they want that second person, if they wanted to sell, then the permit would not be allowed, but then the buyer, that second buyer would, or third buyer would know that they would not be allowed a STR permit? Is that legal? That was the question. I don't know.
I mean, the analysis of these questions, there's no bright line answer. You know, there can be some regulatory infringement, but once it crosses some threshold, then it becomes a taking. And that's why that's the purpose of the grandfathering, is to avoid that claim, that takings claim. So even if I can research and give you an answer on that, it's not going to be a certainty or anything. I mean, it's still going to be up to a court. And even if you read opinions on this, even Supreme Court opinions, they acknowledge that this issue is very difficult even for the courts to sort of determine, because it's very fact specific. But you know, the more that you infringe on that property right, at some point you're going to cross a line that the court's going to say that's a taking, and you're going to have to compensate that property owner for that taking. And so, you know, for example, if this council just said we're just going to stop them from this point forward, you know, that clearly would not pass scrutiny. And what you're proposing is obviously less of an infringement than that, but I don't know if I don't know where that line is. I mean, I could try to give you an opinion on it, but I can't, you know, I can't say you'd be safe.
Okay, I mean, what we're doing here, I mean, it's not like it's written in stone. I mean, changes can be made further down the road like that too.
And we don't have to pass this section until
You can do more research.
do more research.
I guess what I'm saying about that type of question is something that's really only tested in litigation. I can give you my best opinion on it, but it's really only tested in litigation.
You know, we get all these individuals standing up and saying, you know, that we're infringing on their rights and this stuff. Well, how about the rights of the resident living there? Are they just some picture on the wall? No, there's other rights to be looked at. So,
Mayor, I'd like to call the question for section 5.401.
And then we can finish going through it,
Are we?
We got to get to
suspension.
Okay, I agree with Robbie. I'd like to hold on this one at least and ask you if you could a little more research.
What's the hold?
This would be,
Define the hold, Kathy, so I understand what you're asking him to hold.
on E, section E, 10E. When we've been talking.
transfer.
Transfer.
Well, is that something
Transfer.
consensus of the board, I mean, the council, because it's not, move on. I have no issue with the transferring it from seller to buyer to buyer.
Okay, I understand that. I have a different opinion.
That's fine.
And I think that, you know, if we can just get some more information, maybe do some more legal research, find out what direction the courts are going in, and if we can stop that use at some point, then run.
Well, why don't we, I think maybe we need to answer the question, is there a majority of the council that agrees with wanting to stop that use?
For me, that goes against everything we've talked about today. That's been one of the compromises.
That's right.
And Kathy, I can reverse that. Why don't we leave it in here and get some legal counsel and change it down the line? I personally think it's a good point. In my respect, I think that if I've said it to Tom wants to sell it to you, you want to sell it to Daniel. I think if the use wants to continue and my permitting is done, it goes on. And I don't know if that's consensus of the board or the council, but I would sure like to get, and I respect what you're saying, but I think the council needs to say, yeah. Well, I don't really get a motion yet. Let's get a consensus on what we're doing.
Because we're not finished with the section.
Yeah.
I mean, grandfathering the existing use, the existing SDRs is fine. Going forward, I don't want to see any more unoccupied SDRs in R1.
Unless they're in the dome.
Unless they're stranded or whatever you want to call it. I'd like to find a better name for it.
Right.
But I would prefer to use the language for something similar to what they are existing under now, which is that the permit does not transfer on transfer of ownership.
Well, the permit won't transfer anyway, will it? the use
No,
of trail.
I mean, that permit's gonna be assigned to that owner. I mean, that's how we issue them. So every new owner will get a new permit. I mean, we can clean up this language and go back to the other one, but the reality is I don't think it makes a
But if that new owner for
change.
some reason doesn't come in 10 days and get that
Then
permit
he's lost his ability to
and
use.
But
doesn't,
not,
and
if he
doesn't
doesn't come in
operate,
in 10 days, he's in violation
Right.
of the STR ordinance. And then if he doesn't operate within 90 days, he's done because we show no valid permit or use. So
what if he does operate within that 90 days, but he doesn't have a permit?
Then he's in violation.
right.
Then he's violating, yeah.
So then he would not be, getting a new permit would not be available to him.
Well, if you operate an STR without a valid permit knowingly, you have a 1-year penalty
Suspension.
where you're prevented from operating. So
But if they're gonna spend that kind of money on a house like that for an STR, they're definitely gonna get the permit, period.
Bobby, I want to be sure I understand your comment. I understand the grandfather and non-conforming. I understand that. But are you in agreement with Kathy says that once it's sold a second time, or what Jerry proposed, once it sells a second time, that's the end of the home?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, well, I want to be sure I understood. Thank
I'm
you.
not in favor of it.
So we have a consensus. Okay, let's move on.
Did y'all have anything before I go touch on my last 2 items that we need to cover? I'm going to be touching on P and Z recommendation on which sections would be retroactive.
Which number is it?
That is going to be, in this ordinance, there are, I believe, 3 sections that would be retroactive. Section 8, the trash and solid waste, so minimum of 196 gallons of bulk garbage container for every 6 occupants.
Right.
That would apply. We didn't have that under the old ordinance. We're gonna make that retroactive. The subsection regarding the new ST owner has 10 business days to update the city of changes to ownership, contact information. That has to be, that's gonna be retroactive to the new one because that wasn't in the old one. The general operational requirements, where we have the requirement that the owner must limit guest vehicles to the number of off-street parking spaces. That will need to be retroactive. Again, that's an advertising. I don't think we're infringing on any rights there, and so that shouldn't be an issue.
And if we come up with the house rules to be posted, I want that to be retroactive.
Okay.
Does anyone want to make a motion on it?
Oh, wait. I got one more.
One more, okay.
So, and this is gonna tie in with, I don't know that it's retroactive, so to speak, but this has been the permit suspension or revocation, section 13. This has been the big, I guess, sticking point between staff, citizens, council, a lot of back and forth, a lot of discussion. This was originally in our ordinance because our STR ordinance was a standalone ordinance. It's not in the zoning code. It needed its own penalty and provision statement. We originally brought it back in some type of form because we do feel that there is probably a need for a worst case scenario operator, someone that is not following the rules, not adhering to staff stop work orders, stop operation orders, just continually or violating the ordinance. This would be the section of code that we would have as kind of our hammer. I think there wasn't a lot of support for the new draft version. So what staff has done is what you see here before you is the existing language from our existing ordinance. Every currently permitted STR owner in town has been operating under this section of code for the last 3.5 years. So we would just request that, P&Z recommended to kind of reword that, and do a tiered penalty system. I think given the adjudication process, fact that this was already in the ordinance, it's not new, staff would just recommend that we just kind of keep our old language. And again, it's more of a worst case scenario. Daniel did discuss at the P and Z meeting how we do have other remedies. We could file an injunction because it's in the zoning code. So we have some stuff, but we felt that, hey, this has been there. Let's keep it.
Under the adjudication, who sets the fees? Can we set the fees or they set?
I mean, that's not STR specific. It's for a handful of different ordinances, but when council created that process, they created actually a tiered fee system. There's a minimum for first, second, and third offense that escalates for each offense. But the hearing officer would be the one that would have discretion within that range to set the fees or fines.
Okay.
Just the way that a judge would.
So these are fines for code violations?
Any violation of the zoning code. So whether.
Okay, so these are code violations that would not result in the revocation of a permit?
No. Now, this language does say if you are found in violation of this article or conviction, you may be referred to the revocation process. That's been the language.
My question has always been that, so my neighbor Tim Dooley and I have an STR, he doesn't have an STR. We both have a watering violation on the same day and a trash violation on the same day. Okay. His penalty would be what? Whatever the fine was for that, and my penalty would be losing the possibility of me losing my STR permit.
Well, your first penalty would be the fine as well. It would take some other extenuating circumstances for someone to refer this up to the city manager to then make the determination to revoke the permit. You want to be a little bit clear on that. That's not something we've used in the past, but there is some benefit for it. And again, but this is a policy decision on whether we want to leave this in or out. Staff's recommendation is if we're going to leave it in, I would say we leave it in under what we've been operating so everybody knows the rules. Now, Daniel did clean up some of that language to allow, I think there was some concern with the, if you're appealing it, are you staying, you have to stop operating. So Daniel did clarify if you're under appeal, you can continue to operate until that appeal goes through.
Was it in your notes somewhere that there's 3 major offenses?
P&Z kind of talked about it. The Alliance provided a kind of a breakdown on major versus minor, and then they had it even further broken down on whether it was the responsibility of the tenant versus the owner. We didn't include any of that.
No, but the majors would be operating without a permit, not paying hot taxes, and continued noise violations.
Correct. I mean, at some point, we understand that noise is a function of the number of guests, the night, the people there. But at some point, they are your guests. If I was a citizen and I was inviting all the council to my house every Friday and Saturday night, and we were just running amok, and I would leave, at some point, somebody's going to go, hey, Jason needs to be responsible for his party. So I think this is kind of that catch-all there. Again, that'll be a policy decision on.
Not very specific. I sent hold council a short-term rental permit revocation proposal. And can I read this in now? Okay. My proposal was short-term rental owners in all zoning districts shall lose their permits or be denied a permit to operate an STR if 1, they operate a short-term rental without a valid permit issued by the city of Fredericksburg. 2, they fail to remit hotel occupancy tax owed the state of Texas and or the city of Fredericksburg, Texas within the legally allotted time. 2A, 2 consecutive violations will result in a permit suspension for a period of 90 days. 2B, 4 violations within a 1-year span will result in the revocation of a short-term rental permit. 2C, permittees who have had a short-term rental permit revoked shall be ineligible to apply for or to receive another City of Fredericksburg short-term rental permit. 3, STR permits are prohibited from STR permittees are prohibited from increasing the number of occupants of a permitted STR above the BECA number limit assigned to the permit. 3A, first-time violation of this permit shall result in a fine of $500 per person above the BECA limit. 3B, second-time violation of this provision shall result in a fine of $750 per person above the BECA limit. 3C, a subsequent violation will result in the revocation of a short-term rental permit. 3D, permittees who have had a short-term rental permit revoked shall be ineligible to apply for or to receive another City of Fredericksburg short-term rental permit. Trash violations, parking violations, watering violations, noise ordinance violations, sound ordinance, and dark sky violations should have an increasing monetary fine for each additional violation. These code enforcement issues apply citywide and should not be used to revoke a short-term rental permit.
Sounds like attorney language to me.
I played one on TV, but so, you know, I don't know if Daniel, if that would pass muster, but I think what we need to, revoking a short-term rental permit is a very serious issue. And I think that if not paying hotel occupancy tax, that's fraud against the state of Texas and against the City of Fredericksburg. Okay? When you receive a permit from the city and you have a BECA number with an occupancy number, that's there because that's a health, safety, and welfare issue. And if you as a permittee consciously increase the number of people that you are renting your permit or your STR to above the limit that has been granted you, that should be an offense that would cause you to lose your permit. The consecutive violations, it's kind of like in school. Okay, I'm gonna slap your hand the first time and say don't do that, and then the second time I'm gonna put you in out in the hallway. The third time you go to in-school suspension. The fourth time you get expelled. So I think we're trying to raise the limit here. My object is not to do away with STRs. My object is to have the STR owners in this community join with us in saying these are the best practices for my business, and we don't want people that don't pay their taxes. We don't want people that don't follow the rules because that affects everybody in the business. So I'm not in favor of saying, hey, if you have too many trash can violations, you could lose your permit. And the same thing with noise. I understand the noise thing, and it's terrible. But there has to be a way that we would be able to amp up the penalty financially to where the owner of it's going to say, I don't want to be in the STR business anymore, or I'm going to change my behavior. That's just my opinion.
I think to add to Tom's point, there's a number, and I don't know what the number is, but there's a number of bad actors that are giving
everybody
the larger number a bad name.
Yeah. That has brought us to this point today.
Well, giving somebody a fine right off the bat, I think we need to give them a notification and then say, okay, this is what you're doing, don't do it. And if they do it again, they go ahead and
I just threw the numbers.
Yeah, but just go ahead, you know, the first time shoot a bullet across the bow, and then after that, then take a little closer aim. But, I don't want to be known as a city who's very mean. I would say that we don't want to be unfriendly, but we want them to know that, we do have rules and regulations.
This might be something that you want to go, say, certain provision and revisit it in 6 to 12 months if it's not working. You know, again, I agree with Tom. Revocation of permit is a very serious hit to a SPR owner. So you might want to try some language, and then, 6 months from now, see if we need some stronger language in order to address some real problem areas. That's what I would suggest.
So for the purpose of our discussion, we'll need some direction on whether you want staff to, and I'm gonna lean on Daniel on the permits and revocation, trying to get that structure in there. But I'll say this multiple times. We have that tiered system in our zoning code currently. So I am hesitant to kind of reinvent the wheel, so to speak, because I think trying to get consensus on what that new invention is, it's gonna be difficult. For me, if we have the tools to assess the fines, to affect the behavior change, but we still get to keep our language that gives us an ace in the hole if we ever need it, again, on the books for 4 years, never been used. That's a route I would prefer to go. I think it's the cleanest and simplest, but that's staff's preference. So I just want y'all to make sure that y'all give us enough direction so we know how to move forward. Because this one's a little bit different than kind of the other changes.
So I'm fine with that. If we can enforce it and we don't let things slide, that PD does their job and Granicus, if they can give us the more information that we can use to really go after the bad people, the constant violators, that would be good.
So question here in 12A3, where it says any property operating as a short-term rental without a permit shall be prohibited from receiving a short-term rental permit for a minimum of 1 year. That coincides with my number 1. Okay, so there's nothing, we have nothing in our ordinance that says if you don't pay your hot, you're hot. What's that? Would that just be a fine?
There's actually statutory remedies to get an injunction to see somebody from operating a hotel or STR has not paid hot. So there's statutory and our own tax ordinance has similar remedies. So each of these ordinances has their own sort of penalty provision within that ordinance or structure of how it's enforced and penalized. And so, I guess one of the questions is does council want to try to do something specific to this use for those types of offenses and penalties, or do we want to rely on what we have existing, which is what we've been doing for the past since 2017 or 18?
And I'm assuming our information Granicus will be a lot better than our.
There's going to be a lot of changes. So Granicus is going to be different. We have a second code officer. I cannot stress enough we hear a lot of enforce what we have. If you actually read through our ordinance, there's not a lot there. I mean, as long as you have your parking space and you have your 2 fire extinguishers and your exterior map, I mean, there's outside of the noise ordinance, you're not going to get a violation. I mean, it is very hard for us to code enforce right now under the current ordinance. This new ordinance has some operational requirements that are a little bit more specific. They're found in the zoning code. They kind of work with us. Again, parking doesn't become an issue now because we're addressing new parking. So I think all those at play help us have a little bit more teeth, to do code enforcement. But you're correct, sir. Staff needs to do a better job. Code enforcement needs to do a better job. We need to work better with police and fire to make sure our communication is operating key. That's dispatch. We need to work with Granicus, take advantage of the full tools at their arsenal. But to me, the number one driver of our code enforcement remedies is going to be the owners. We have to have the owners enforcing their own rules and regs. And that's the reality of the game. They are your guests. It is your house. We need the assistance in enforcing those.
Now, not to get sidetracked, but did you say parking was retro?
No, the advertisement of the parking would be, but not the required parking spaces. So
Okay.
if you have a one bedroom and you have one space and you add a bedroom, you would at that point trigger the new regs.
But if you had a 3-bedroom and you had 15 cars out front and you're currently operating, that'd be fine.
As long as you had one space, yes, you would not be in violation of our ordinance. And I think that's been a major flaw in our ordinance from day one.
So we didn't talk about quiet hours being retroactive.
Well, quiet hours are the current zoning ordinance, sound ordinance, so that doesn't have that's not associated with the permit itself. So that's just the city noise ordinance, so no need to flag that. So I think I've kind of covered all the P and Z stuff. I know we made some notes. So this one will be a longer motion and direction for Daniel and I. So I don't know if you want me to kind of summary recap what we've discussed
I
here.
just say one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I would, going back to 10 subparagraph E.
Which one, Kathy?
10E. Even though it's, we can change it regarding the permit, I would like to see what the case law is on changing the land use when the property sells. Because I think there was a case out of Waco that did that, and there's been nothing that's happened. I don't think there's been a lawsuit. At any rate, if we could have some hard legal research on the case law is now, what we can, in your opinion, do, especially in R1, change the land use.
It's currently being used if land use is single-family residence with an STR, then the land use would continue to be single-family residence.
Well, if you're saying that you're willing to grandfather use perpetuity, I don't think that's
Well,
what we want to do.
How would we change the use? How would you change the use?
You would say there can be no more STRs on that after it sells.
It would revert to R1.
Right.
And remain R1.
So I'll make that note to get Daniel and I to take a look at that. Is there anything else we need to add before I do a quick recap? If you don't mind.
Please do.
So in 5.401, the notes I had were P&Z recommended that section 10C be modified to allow inspections for complaints regarding occupancy and life safety. Staff's recommendation is just keep as presented. But you also gave us, you wanted Daniel to go ahead and try and clean up the house rules and amend those to see if we can keep them in the ordinance. We also had make sure that the house rules also have a retroactive flag behind it so that they apply to existing and new. And then we changed 196 gallon can from 4 to 6 occupants. And then Daniel is going to look at possibly amending the penalty revocation section to include Tom's and or the alliance or some combination of tiered systems and fines. to including our adjudication process and every other tool we have. So I think that's it, unless I missed something.
One thing, I know this was a change, but I think we need to keep our eye on the trash situation. If 6 is too many for one can, then I think we need to change it back to 4 and not be shy about it.
I know exactly which residents will let us know within a week on.
Can we discuss the permit suspension or revocation section a little more? So there's been some discussion about only having that apply to certain types of offenses. At least I think that's Tom's proposal is, operational things related to certain operational, offenses related to the STR that don't apply citywide to every resident would only be the basis for that. So if, I don't know if that's council's consensus or not, but I need some kind of clarification on how you want that to be worded. Because right now it essentially says it's not specific to the type of offense that would trigger that. So watering trash theoretically could fall under that. And so I don't know if council wants to curtail that and try to stop that concern or alleviate that concern or not. I haven't heard really consensus on that from council.
According to the draft here, the only way you can lose your permit is to operate. Isn't that what it says here? The only way that
I'm talking about section 13, which that's in draft 5. The language is before you. Jason was recommending tonight to change that to the similar language that we have existing in the current STR ordinance. That still provides for the possibility of suspension and revocation upon a conviction of a violation, but it doesn't specify, it doesn't limit the types of violations that could apply to. And so I don't know if council's concerned with that or not. I just want to make sure before we move forward on that particular question. So I know there's been some discussion on that.
Well, my issue with the revocation was I wanted to be clear on these are the things that can get your permit. The big ones, basically it's fraud. You're saying when you get a permit, you're promising to pay hotel tax because the legislature says you have to pay hotel. When you get your permit, you're promising to say, okay, I've got 3 bedrooms. That means that I can sleep 2 per bedroom plus 2, so I can sleep 8. That's what I'm legally able. But if I sleep 10, that's a conscious decision on my part as an operator. Or the other thing, it could be that the guest snuck people in, and if the operator is getting a nightly fee for those extra guests, that's one thing. If the guest is slipping his friends in, that's a totally different thing. And I don't know that. I think that the operator then should have, if the guest is caught over occupancy, then the operator, I think, should have some kind of penalty structure so that they can penalize the guest monetarily. And I'm not sure that I want to revoke the permit there if it's not the operator's fault. If it is the operator's fault, the hammer needs to come down on the operator. But if it's not their fault, we should have some other thing.
So in that situation, for clarification, if we issue a permit for 6 and we go on Granicus and they're advertising 12, I mean, is that something
that's a hammer?
Okay, because to me that's a falsifying.
That's falsifying the government document. As far as I'm concerned, you told us 6, but you're advertising 12. You're saying, okay, we're telling you one thing, but we're doing another, and that's not the way it is. At least that's my opinion.
So in the existing section in the current SCR ordinance, I drafted that to require a conviction, a criminal conviction in municipal court to make you eligible for possible revocation or suspension. I did that to try to protect somebody that's accused, to ensure that, I mean, there's rules of evidence, there's, burden of proof, there's availability for defenses. So the situation you were talking about, if they didn't intentionally do it or didn't knowingly do it, they would not be convicted. So that was my thought when I did that in 2017 or 18, was to tie it to require conviction. So there was some kind of threshold.
Right. I could agree.
Some kind of,
The process.
right, to make it, I mean, not only due process, but probably the highest, most,
Right.
protected form of due process before they reach that threshold. So just throwing that out there as a
There would have to
possibility.
be- I think there would have to be a hearing, because the issue here is, they held my check last week, the sensitive. So they would need to be able to defend themselves, but upon conviction.
All right.
I think I've lost the question.
Jason, I thought you said that what we're working under has worked well for 4 years.
Well, we haven't utilized it. Again, I can't say this enough. I don't think anybody in our office or at the city is out to gun and run and gun for STRs. I think the regs now, we actually have some regs that address parking and occupancy, and we can deal with that. We have extra guys. I don't want to sugarcoat this. We have over, upwards of 1,000 units, and I have 2 guys, and just do the math on that. I mean, night times is, we have PD, they handle noise, and we have 10, 12,000 people on Main Street. I mean, so it will be something that we'll have to work and do what we can and try and get it, but I am hesitant to lose something. We talk a lot about revocating a permit. Yes, I think it should be difficult, but at the same time, under those that are out there under the current regs, it's super easy to get a permit. So I think we should have that opportunity. If we can grant one, we should pull one. Now, whether that's for noise violations, fraud, yes, if you're lying on your permit, if you're a life safety issue, if you're pulling your fire extinguishers, smoke detectors out because you want to take them to your other STR to pass that inspection, seen that done, then yeah, that's something we need to do. But, again, water and trash, that's all going to be handled under the adjudication program. I'm not going to send anybody to municipal court for watering violations. That's just not something we're looking to do.
So is there any way on Granicus, particularly with noise, if PD goes out there, how can we let the owner know that there have been 4 violations in one weekend?
So we will know.
Or every weekend?
We will know on the violations, because when they do go out there, that police report will now include their backup sticker. Right now, we don't know. PD thinks they know who's an STR. Sometimes they don't. If they volunteer that information, they do. I mean,
so PD can run reports on.
So PD, we will actually get a report. Hey, we had X amount of calls at these residential STRs. At that point, we will have to work with the landowner, notifying them. There's also ways, avenue, where neighbors can submit, Granicus, they can submit complaints with evidence, recordings, video. So once those goes out, that'll be something we'll be tracking also. So we could kind of start tracking, well, we had X amount of complaints. PD went out there 5 times, but there were 0 noise violations. Again, when cops show up, people get real quiet. So again, ongoing is going to be the issue.
Lieutenant Hour told me that when they go out on a call, they don't know whether they're going to an STR or just a regular residence. They don't know that.
Right. Now, moving forward, they will because of the sticker.
Because of the stickers.
Yeah, so part of the operational requirements that they enroll in our Becca program, those are the little stickers that you'll see on Main Street businesses. When PD shows up, to say a break-in or disturbance, they use that sticker to contact the owners and
Give the
managers.
audience what Becca is.
It's the business and, licensing, it's their acronym, that's what I've been calling it, Becca. But that's how we will track those. And then again, we have Granicus. We can at least start notifying the owner and say, hey, look, PD's been out there 6 times in 3 days. There's no violations, but clearly maybe y'all need to discuss a noise monitor. I mean, what are the options? Again, I still say the ultimate responsibility for these guests is the owners. That is their house.
But
So we can communicate
Yeah.
and let them know, hey, we had this going on this weekend, because they may not be aware.
Yeah.
And so we will definitely track. Granicus will let us know. They've talked about even complaints and how we process that. They go to PD, do they go to code enforcement, do they go to the owner operator? We still have to have those conversations as we move forward through their system to dial up.
So Brian, are you on same track here as we're hearing?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we're so currently, we go out and answer calls. We don't know at the time if they're STR or non-STR, without the sticker designating that they are. Right now, the officers, ask that information of whoever they make contact with at the residence. And if that information is told to them, then they document it in the report. So right now, the only way for us to determine is if we make contact with somebody at the residence and they tell us that it's a B&B or an STR and who they reserved it through and stuff like that. But moving forward, if we're moving with the ecosystem type sticker, then when the officer goes to the front door, or on the front window somewhere, that sticker would be there designating that, it's an STR, then they would know right away.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you were in sync.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, they're given a number and they're posted.
Are we giving guidance on where that sticker needs to go?
We will give that guidance as part of, I'll have to coordinate with PD to see, because we do have some kind of behind the house units. Our thought process is that sticker always needs to be at the main house. So they may show up and the main house is not an STR, but that's where that sticker needs to be, because at 3 o'clock in the morning when his patrol officer arrives, he's not going to know there's an alley. He's not going to know there's a unit back there. So he's going to knock on that main house. No one answers. He can at least pull the information and try to make contact with someone. At that point, the owner, the local contact person will know, hey, the emergency is in the back. And not just noise. I mean, this is a 911 life safety issue as well. We have a lot of folks staying in a lot of places in Fredericksburg. I I don't think anybody's finding them at 3 o'clock in the morning. So again, I think all of this has multiple facets on why it's important to do it.
Excuse me, are we offline?
Sorry, my screen went into hibernate.
Oh,
Okay,
it's you. Okay.
okay. Very good. I didn't want the audience that's not here. to know we're still here.
No, we're here.
Back up. Good deal. Thank you.
Okay.
We're done with this one, guys?
Yep.
So do you want to repeat all of that again? I think, we got tied up with a different issue.
Yeah, so let me go through. So changes to this section. 196 gallon can per 6 occupants. Have Daniel review permit suspension, appeal revocation for fines, tiers regarding big ticket issue items. House rules, Daniel will look at modifying and making those retroactive. And then I'm assuming, or I'm hoping that 10C will stay the same as far as inspections. And then I think that was it. And then to bring back some updated legal regarding some of the sunsetting or grandfathering issues.
House rules on lights, that turn off lights by 11, but if they're shielded and night skies, that's all right? Leave them on
I'll
there.
work on that, Jerry. I'll work on that.
That one? Okay, let's move on.
Yeah. Who wants to do a stamp? We're gonna make a motion based on recommendations.
So
Make the motion. I didn't make, I can't make a motion.
We just let this go and you can have. make a motion.
Well, Daniel's gonna check on 10E and house rules. Those two.
And all of the other things that
Oh.
Jason listed. Come back with a revised.
You can make a motion on this particular section to make the changes and bring it back to the next meeting.
Okay, I'll move that regarding section 5.401, that staff make changes as necessary and as discussed among the council and staff. Bring it back to the next meeting.
Got a motion by Kathy and a second by Tom. Yeah, I'm getting it right now. Leave me alone. Any further discussion? There is none. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0. Where are we at? Do we need a break?
No. 5.460.
oh, still got one.
Thank you. So yes, section 6.110, this is a section of non-conforming uses. Again, P&Z recommended.
Jason, you skipped 5.460.
Sorry.
The conditional use criteria.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Daniel. So section 5.460, review and evaluation criteria. So again, what you see added here, section A is our existing language that we require for site plan approval through P&Z. So we thought that would be our first step. Let's add that. Section B came out of the discussion on whether we should have some specific criteria for short-term rentals. I think there's been some discussion about its vagueness, how it works. At this point, again, staff would recommend that we just continue using our existing criteria and going through that process since it's kind of proven. And that way we're not writing special criteria for one use. And the CUP will apply to all uses.
That's different than what you said in your memo.
Yes. So, if council wants to, so I wrote that memo Friday and I thought about it over the weekend. If council wants us to look at it, we can look tweaking that. But after some discussion, and then we met this morning to kind of discuss that, that's our existing criteria. That's what we use. And we kind of felt maybe today that that's just how we could go forward.
I'm fine.
Well, can you change join to abut every time it comes up without?
We discussed that at the P&Z, and that was a sort of
Right.
global recommendation.
Right. Some of these I think are very subjective, so when you get into the CUP hearing, I mean, what does near mean, for example? How close is near? What's an adverse effect? Those kind of things are still pretty subjective.
I think after talking with Jason this morning, at this point he's recommending the black text in that section exists now in our current zoning ordinance. He's recommending just keeping that and striking everything that was added.
Oh, okay.
Oh. I never received your.
I think that's a last minute change. He says more.
Charlie, and I'll start numbering them for you when it's the color coding or something.
Do it in color.
Well, I can see some colors. You're just not hitting the right.
Yeah, number.
Let me know which ones you can see.
Number and color.
Yellow,
Okay.
red.
All right. I move we approve section 5.460 as shown in black.
Okay, thank you. That's a good motion.
Current ordinance.
I'll second.
Our current ordinance.
There was motion by Bobby and second by Tom. Any further discussion? There is none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain because I haven't really reviewed this. I didn't get its memo.
Kathy is
so
abstaining.
Okay.
I'd like to bring it up again.
All right, we're moving on.
Section 6.110, non-conforming uses. P and Z recommended approval as presented. Again, we added some language just to clear up the suspension for repairs, remodels, and then added an exemption for winter Texans.
I'll move to approve as presented, section 6.110.
Have a
Just
motion
have a
by-
question about the language.
Kathy, give me 1 second. Have a motion by Bobby and a second by Jerry. Any further discussion?
Yes.
There you go.
For a period not exceeding more than 1 year, shouldn't it just be not exceeding 1 year?
I think I'll leave that up to Daniel. As you know, we just basically a year.
365 days.
Okay.
A period not exceeding 365 calendar days.
Give them one stay.
Okay.
Okay, with that, any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, there is none, motion carried, 5-0.
So this section, special, I'm gonna just kind of group these all together. Special front yard, special side yard, and special rear yard regulations were reviewed by P and Z, and they recommended approval as presented.
Any questions on either one of those two? Concerns?
We talked about that.
Okay,
I move that we approve section 7.320, special front yard regulation.
there's a motion by Tom, do we hear a second by Jerry? Any further discussion? There is none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, there is none, motion carries 5-0. Okay,
I move that we approve section 7.330, special side yard regulation.
Second.
motion by Tom, second by Bobby, any further discussion? There is none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, there is none, motion carries 5-0.
I move that we approve section 7.340, special rear yard regulation.
Second.
Motion by Tom, a second by Bobby. Any further discussion?
Aye.
There is none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0.
I may do a little different on these remaining sections. Is there any section that any council member wants to discuss? Because these were all approved by P and Z as presented, so, and staff recommends it the same.
Abby, I don't see any yellow tab sticking out.
Can we do it as lump sum? And one, I move we approve section 7.710, 7.820, 7.825, section 7.860,
Second.
7.940.
hang on, I'm
Just
getting
making
there.
sure you.
I'm flipping. 7.865, what did I say?
860.
860,
He said that one.
yep. 7.940, 8.220, as presented.
Have a motion by Bobby and a second by Tom. Did we get them all?
Yes.
Okay, want to be sure of that. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
There is none. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so let's discuss where we go from here.
Home?
Well, so question for Daniel. Daniel, does this discussion tonight satisfy the first reading of the ordinance? I need to know whether on the next agenda, we post that as a second reading, or how do we post it? The next consideration of this.
I don't know if that really, I mean, legally, I don't know if that really matters. I mean, we just need to, I can leave that up to whatever you want to do on that. I mean, in terms of council feels I mean, most of this content is going to make up the ordinance, so, I mean, you could consider it the first reading. But I don't know that legally it really matters. I mean,
And then the second question, we got accused, we're being accused of lack of transparency. So when will we have the changes we discussed tonight ready? I would suggest we post it on the city's website. Put it out to whoever, send a copy to the Alliance and the Neighborhood Association so that they have plenty of opportunity to take one final look at this before the council votes. So when could that happen? That's a question for you and Jason more than anybody. So.
Well, I think,
Be realistic.
I will have mine done by the end of the day, midday Friday, because will be out of town on that following Monday, so. I have to have everything ready for Shelley for packet distribution, so my goal will get my stuff to Daniel, which my stuff is kind of minor tweaks. Daniel's got the hard job of.
Well, Daniel's got to review it, don't you?
well, to me, there's not a whole lot of drafting involved, though. It's mostly just small things here and there. And the drafting is what takes the most time. I'm gonna have to create something out of, from nothing. And so, I don't think it's unreasonable to shoot for the end of the week for me to have it. I mean, depending on how much Jason has to produce that I need to review, but, we do have something on Wednesday, but again, mostly it's gonna be organizing, putting it into a format for an ordinance and making the changes we've discussed tonight.
But if you issued it on Monday, then there's a whole week to review it.
Right.
And then the Standard could probably put it in their daily update. The version 6.0 is.
No, it'd be available on the website.
It would be available on the website, and you can maybe give a hyperlink. Thank you.
Just going back 1 second, forgot to ask you, do we have fencing requirements somewhere?
Yes, we do have screening requirements in our code to code. That applies to any multifamily or commercial that abuts a residential neighborhood. So we did add some language in here that stated a short-term rental would be required to construct a privacy fence around their property.
Okay.
The thought process was we've seen a lot of requests at HRB where the neighbor homeowner was taking that cost, and I can tell you that's not.
So that would address Deanie's issue.
So the proposed regs would require in R1.
Yeah.
We basically say if you're doing a short-term rental, you have to.
So it would.
Not the alley. Not the alley. I mean, this person has literally, I can show you pictures. They have literally shielded their yard from this STR that faces the alley. Open to the alley.
I'll have to go take a look.
Yeah, if you would.
Yeah, there's several, I've seen several locations like that.
Yeah.
Why are we allowing them to drive in?
It's a public right away.
Garbage, it's, yeah, for garbage truck. In my garage.
We do have existing structures on the alley. They're rear loading garages, different deals. I have seen some of the, I don't know, I haven't seen the one they're referring to, but I've seen party houses. But we would require to screen the property line. That would be the rear.
I could give you addresses too, right next door to each other.
Yes, please.
Open to the garage. Open the alley.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on. Thank you. Okay, where are we at? Are we finished with 8A now?
Good thing we only have 48 more agenda items.
Yeah, we're almost done. Okay, moving on to 8B, consider the approval of ordinance 2022-14, amending Appendix A, fee schedule for the Code of Ordinances to amend the permit fees assessed by the city issued to short-term rental permits, providing an effective date. City Council may waive the second reading. Henry, is this yours?
Yes, this one's mine. I told
Okay.
Jason I'd take this one. He plate's pretty full. But I think you all will agree over the last, since the original STR fee ordinance was adopted several years ago, there's been a lot of changes in the city support for STRs. We've added a new code enforcement officer. We've contracted with Granicus. We've the ordinance will change our inspection requirements. And so it's clearly time to revisit our fees. And so what Jason put together is a cost analysis on how much it costs the city to support STRs. And you can see the total expenses are listed in page 161 of your packet. And this is an estimate of $270,000 approximately to provide all the city support services. So in order to break even on what we're providing for STRs, we have recommended a fee that we believe will generate pretty close to $270,000 in annual revenues for the city. So again, this is intended to be a break-even fee only. We're not trying to make money off these fees. So on page 162 is a listing of the STR fee options for generating the revenue to cover our cost. And we are recommending the STR fee option, the first one listed there, which would be create a base fee of $150 for one bedroom. And then it would increase up to a maximum fee of $550 for a 5-bedroom plus STR unit. One of the reasons the tier, I think, is justified is we provide a lot more services to larger units. For example, they create more code enforcement demand on us. It creates more inspection time to inspect a large unit versus a small 1-bedroom unit. So I think it's clearly justified to go with a tier system. And so this is what we're proposing for the council's consideration. We will continue to monitor this because we're not really sure exactly how many 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units we have. We have an estimate, and that's one of the things that Granicus will help us address is get a better handle on that. So this is our estimate revenues, and we will monitor that over the next year and may bring a revision back to you a year from now when we get a better handle on the number of beds per unit. So that's what we're proposing this evening, and be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Kathy, I'll start with you. Tom?
No question.
Bobby?
Nope.
Jerry? Okay, I don't either. I think this is good work on the fees again. So I'll entertain a motion, folks.
I'll move to approve as presented with for fee structure, the top fee structure listed on page 163 of the agenda.
And
162, I'm sorry.
Page 159. It's the ordinance 2022-14.
Oh, okay. Ordinance 2022-14.
Second.
Appendix A.
Okay, a motion by Bobby and a second by
right?
Jerry.
And waive the second reading.
Okay, we have a motion by Bobby, second by Jerry. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There is none. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get back to the front. Okay, we've done C and D. We're not doing 9. Public comments. All right, I'm sorry people had to spend the rest of the night with us here to get here, but we're here. Jerry, are you here or did you leave? Jerry McCorkle? Okay. Okay, we have Jeanette Hermuth and then Mary Lee Marshall, you're on deck. He wanted to switch.
Oh, okay.
Tom, he caught it, but see, I got arrows here.
Good morning.
Not quite.
Not yet.
I'm Jeanette. I live in the city. Mayor Keeney, city council members, it's time to turn back the ARPA money. The jig is up. It is now on public record from the get-go. The city has not been forthright regarding the unprecedented, controversial terms and details of this contract. There have been no public discussion or display of this critical information, nor was there any public participation, hearings, or vote on whether or not to receive this money. The council has failed to inform and or seek consensus regarding the will of the people concerning the contract for funding. As Eric Henderson pointed out last meeting, according to the city charter, The responsibility for reviewing and considering contracts, particularly with federal government, is vested in the city council, not the city manager. Allowing the unelected city manager to assume unilateral authority without oversight or transparency to approve this contract without the people's knowledge, input, or consensus is unacceptable. There has been no attempt by council to properly redress the people's grievances. And most egregious, that is most egregious. This is a dereliction of duty and maladministration, as formally stated in the many affidavits and notices served to this council. Instead of being responsive to the people's many concerns and objections, false and misleading information was continually presented by Mr. Myers. First, it's just standard grant language we see in any other government contracts. Daniel Jones corrected him and voiced that this is concerning language. Eric Henderson pointed out also and asked for samples from the city. They were not able to provide that. The samples that were supposed to show that, yes, they have had other contracts like this, they have not. And I know personally a 24-year-old city planner and 30-year-old veteran grant writer who writes these things all the time. They will say the same thing. You've had Joe Studer, you've had Eric Henderson, who have worked for the government for years. Again, they're familiar with these contracts. This language isn't in there. There's so many layers to this that you're not aware of. There's 1,000 pages of rabbit holes to go with all the documents with this funding. TML, another one. Blatantly false statement was read by Mr. Myers. They retracted it because it was wrong, saying that this is a contractual agreement between the city and the federal government. So I can go on. There's other more false information, but we're not getting the right information. Other information has just been not just by omission, but truth money back. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Mary Lee, you're up. And then Tom, you're on deck.
Well, thank you. I'm Mary Lee Marshall. Thank you for letting me speak. Reading from my favorite book again, The Real Anthony Fauci. Prior to COVID-19, not a single study had provided evidence against the use of HCQ based on safety concerns. In response to the mounting tsunami that HCQ was safe and effective against COVID, Gates, Dr. Fauci, and their pharma allies deployed an army of industry-linked researchers to gin up contrived evidences of its dangers. By 2020, we shall see Bill Gates exercise firm control over the HWO and deploy the agency in his effort to discredit HCQ. Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates, and the HWO financed a cadre of research mercenaries to concoct a series of nearly 20 studies, all employing fraudulent protocols deliberately designed to discredit HCQ as unsafe. Instead of using the standard treatment dose of 400 milligrams a day, the 17 HWO studies administered a borderline lethal daily dose starting at 2,400 milligrams on day 1 and using 800 milligrams a day thereafter in a cynical, sinister, and literally homicidal crusade against HCQ. A team of BMGF operatives played a key role in devising and pushing through the exceptionally high dosing. They made sure the UK government recovery trials on 1,000 elderly patients in over a dozen British, Welsh, Irish, and Scottish hospitals and the UN Solidarity Study of 35,000 patients in 400 hospitals in 35 countries, as well as an additional sites in 13 countries, all used those unprecedented and dangerous doses. This was a brassy enterprise to prove chloroquine dangers, and sure enough, it proved that elderly patients can die from deadly overdoses. The purpose seemed very clearly to poison the patients and blame the deaths on HCQ. What I would like to add to this, Dr. Fauci heads up the NIAID, which takes in billions of our tax dollars. After hearing what I read tonight, keep in mind the government that allows this evil to go unchecked, and he still has not been stopped, is the same government that Kent Meyer signed a contract with, obligating this city to abide by whatever flows out of whatever president's mouth. How does that make you feel?
Thank you, Mary. Tom? Mary, I have one question. You kept using initial HCQ. Is that the initial you were using? Thank you very much. I was a little confused on what that was. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Tom Marshall. I am a city resident. I'm kind of surprised that I'm the first to say this, but Daniel Jones, congratulations on your primary. Other comments? Earlier tonight, somebody talked about the event that's coming up in 2024 and that planning for that event cannot begin too soon. I know a number of y'all were here in 1995 when we had the VJ Plus 50 celebration. It took a community to pull that off. 2024 is going to dwarf the V95 or V50 celebration. And it's a good thing that some of the staff at least is starting to get this ball rolling. My question is, what if what happened March, April 2020 happens again March, April 2024? Are we going to tell those 40,000 people here that, well, we've only got room for half of y'all now in the restaurants? You can't go to the wineries because they're closed. Are we going to do that? We're going to invest a lot of money from the city. The community is going to put a lot of effort into planning for that event. Are we going to allow some government entity to squash that celebration for this community? Last year, we proposed a resolution to kind of counteract some of that possibility. Now, that resolution may not be perfect. It may not be exactly what we need. But I think we as a community, you as a city council, should possibly get together and have a public hearing on the aftermath of what we've been through for the past 2 years in light of what we want to do in 2024. We should get some basic ground rules in place as to what we're going to do to pull this thing off and have it to be the success that it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay. You folks were the only folks that had signed up for public comment, and thank you for being patient and having an opportunity to have your comments to the council. With that being said, we'll move on to number 11, council comments. I'm going to start to my right with chairs.
Well, the county, I forgot my paper. Clinton was there too. They had approved plats, new plats. That was real quick. And, let's see, what else was there, Glenn? They approved the plats. They did approve, the city to put 3 Tesla charging stations on San Antonio Street by the gazebo back there. Clinton, can you remember anything else? That's about it. So, and they didn't adjourn, so. Daniel, you got your hands cut. You're gonna have your hands full.
Bobby,
Uh,
oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you short.
no, this is, no, that's all.
Thank you, Jared.
I'll just say the airport's going strong. Got a little bit of a slow start on fuel sales first month, but the outlook is very good. And there's people planning expansion, building hangars. So the airport's going great. Thanks.
Tom?
I'd like to congratulate our city attorney, Daniel Jones, on winning the Republican nomination for county judge for Gillespie. He will face no opposition in November and will take office on January 1st of next year. I will be sorry to see him go, and you have 7 months to find your replacement. We have, I think we spent a lot of time on the revision of the ordinances tonight. This has been a very open process. It's been going on for about a year. And we've gone through many versions or iterations of this ordinance. And what people, I think, need to understand is that there are a lot of different opinions in government, and making public policy takes time. And not everybody agrees with everybody on what that policy should be. I think all we can hope for is to come up with policy that is in what we feel, what a majority of the council feels is in the best interest of the city of Fredericksburg. I think that we are well on our way for doing that. Government is messy. There's disagreement, but that's what you get when you have a republic. You have people that are talking about issues. You don't have people saying, this is the way you're going to think. Okay? And there are people tonight who are fighting for the privilege of being able to do that. And I think we need to be more cognizant and thank our lucky stars that we have a system of government where we can argue back and forth and then leave here, go have a cup of coffee or have a drink, and then tackle the next problem that faces our community, because that's what life is. This community is not the same community that I moved to 50 years ago. It won't be the same community 50 years from now, but we can make it the community that we want as we move forward. So I'd like to thank staff for all the hard work that they've put in. I'd like to thank my fellow city council members for the questions that they ask, the positions that they take and they argue. There are no bad positions. There are just positions that get 3 votes or 4 votes or most of the time 5 votes. So if you go back and look at votes, a majority of the time we're pretty much on the same page, but that doesn't happen all the time, and that's what government's all about. That's what a democratic republic is all about. So thank everybody for choosing to do what you do. I appreciate, and I'm honored to be serving with you.
Thank you, Tom. Kathy?
No. Tom, thank you, but you're not done. And I thank you too. And especially if you get me for what you're gonna have to go through. Congratulations. So,
Oh, did you say that's all? Okay, thank you. Uh, yeah, kudos to the staff and again, congratulations, Daniel. I want to thank, is one thing person, our group we didn't thank is the planning and zoning. I think they've done an outstanding job. I was there for many, many years, and I know they have some rough, tough times as well with meetings with folks showing up. So thank you, planning and zoning folks here. Really do appreciate that. For those who weren't at the chamber event this past week, it was a wonderful event. Camaraderie was great. The food was excellent. Everything went very, very well. Congratulations to the Chamber of Commerce on putting such a great event together, having us come back together. Last thing I want to promote that sometimes Jerry gets to promote, but it isn't that. It's the beard contest, the 175th beard contest. You can still register, Tom and whoever, Sam and Brian, and who's that, Chris back there, and anybody who's online. Y'all want to come by my office at 734 South Washington Street, next to the American Legion Hall. We'd love to get you registered. You have to come with a clean shaven face. We have several categories. The one that I'm not entering, but the ugly one, the ugliest beard, is one that I would probably enter because I could probably win it without the beard. So, with that being said, again, thank you, for all those who are still with us this evening. Thank you for the audience that's still here. But that's my comments for tonight. So we'll move on to agendas for future items, number 12.
Mayor and Council, the items for future agenda items are on page 193 of your packet. I won't go through those this evening. You can look through them and let me know if you have any questions.
Okay,
The second reading is done.
Well, I did.
any comments on future agenda items, folks? If not, we'll move on to, number 13, executive session. The city council will recess in its open meeting and convene an executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071. Consultation with, attorney. A, consider and discuss the city of Fredericksburg, Texas versus Archway LLC and Fiesta on the River RV Resort LLC pending in the 216 District Court 551.071. I'll entertain a motion, to go from regular to executive.
I move we go on a regular into executive.
Have a motion by Jerry and a second by Bobby. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
There is none. We're gonna take one quick recess.
Okay, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't catch that. Who made the motion to adjourn? Bobby, second by Tom. Any further discussion? Yes, I'd like to talk about that moment. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Here's none. Motion carries 5-0.